It's a little bit scary, isn't it? Like these people, like how insane they are with me with this lockdown business, what they've probably done to other people, and just a horrifying insanity. And then people trying to cover it up because I just know what I witnessed at a shelter in a hotel. So, like, you just go, why the sudden need to shut off everyone's communications? And we've been out of this COVID stuff at least 3 years now. So it's like, yeah, just it's probably just like severe dementia and shit too. Like I said, you can't cover stuff up to God. Like I know it's just weird business. But I did everything I was supposed to do today, so that's good. Just mentally, as long as I don't feel like I'm gonna die tomorrow, because I have one more day. I gotta take my walk, and then I got carb week. So of course I felt like way overdressed. I just don't want to stop walking and take like a sweater off. Yeah, it is like not cold. There was like a breeze this morning and it felt cold. And then as soon as some of it at the beginning, it probably has something to do with glucose pouring out. Yeah, because I've noticed I have that, and then I'll actually cool off while I'm still actively walking because the air itself is cool. Yeah, it's just like some weird phenomenon about whatever's going on in the system combined with the nuclear weapons, but not cool enough. Yeah. Because of the conversion to fat burning and the intermediate fasting and stuff, it's like an extremely low carb diet. I guess some people it's probably wicked severe because they don't even eat fruits and vegetables. I don't know how they're doing that. Yeah, just but I don't know. Maybe they eat beans or something. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, Jesus God. So what happens is because my liver is holding too much glycogen, it pours out of my system and then it's converted to glucose. And then I have to walk it off because it all has to do some of it came up about the people with the cancer. Yeah. Like some people might be in a thing where they go, it's impossible task. There's no way I can keep up with this. Like you can't just starve yourself, right? Because it has to do with insulin sensitivity too, because I didn't realize that about the insulin. I remember being told about the glucose in the cancer, but it also uses insulin too. So it's like, yeah, well, it actually, this program does both things, right? Your body doesn't need as much insulin because when the glucose comes out, you're actively exercising. So your body needs the energy. Not like it's in that video. Not it has to convert it and store it. You're using it. Yeah, it's all chemicals, so the body knows. Oh, no. When you start walking and exercising, your body knows you're doing it. So it's like a machine, like a computer. So it's like, okay, well, she really doesn't need insulin because she's actually walking. Hopefully that makes sense. People have been trying to explain it to people with the diabetes for a long time. Like, I guess it's doing those diets is better than doing nothing when they absolutely refuse to change their diet and lifestyle. Just the type 2 ones are wicked sedentary. Yeah, the type 2 diabetes, it's definitely, they're wicked sedentary. And then they generally have a bad diet too. Type 1 diabetes is a whole different thing, which apparently is caused by vaccines. It's those protein things. Yeah, the misfolded proteins in the vaccines. It's one of those amylosis. You might want to look it up. A lion, my lord. You might want to look that up. Amylosis. Is that what it's called? Adjust the water. Adjust the water because it's shrinking brains. He explained that one. Like, that's what they do. They decompose. That's their job. Well, they didn't put themselves there, folks. It's like the mice; they're just doing their job. You got to have those things. Yep, you got to have. You can't get rid of decomposers. You got to have decomposers. Don't take a bunch of mice and stick them in a place and then get mad at the mice. You might not need that, but I do. I need that to live here. So you can't get rid of all my rodents. They've got to be chosen. And I go, where did you come from? That's how it works there. All right. Can't get rid of my rodents. Can't get rid of my birds. Can't get rid of my rodents. Unfortunately, you cannot get rid of my mosquitoes. Can't get rid of my frogs. I mean, Jesus Christ, why do you want to get rid of my frogs and lizards anyways? Or my bats. Why do you want to get rid of my bats? Every time you do, I explained it to you, every time you put those block things up because you don't like birds, you're killing my bats. God has to send more birds. You're not getting it. Why are there so many birds? Because you killed my bats. Why do we have ticks all over us? Because you killed my bats. Get it? And you're killing my birds because you keep spraying for ticks. You're spraying for mosquitoes. You're killing my frogs. You're killing my birds. You're not killing any ticks. Get with it. Stop calling syphilis Lyme disease. God had me look it up in the medication. The jig is up. Stop calling Lyme disease. Stop calling Lyme disease Lyme disease. Put it in the complaint box called your own YouTube live stream, folks. I am sure. Prove me wrong. One more day. I'm most definitely not a doctor, but that is the one not the one thing. That's one of the things he had me look up. So apparently he probably didn't want people to keep lying about it because I don't know if it's covering up child abuse or what that is. But sometimes they will do that because they don't want to cause a problem in relationships, like whatever the hell happened between Jen and Joey, and you go, what in the world? That is insane. But it might have not have been a doctor, but it sounds like it probably was, like a nurse practitioner. Well, sad. I'm sure all not nurse practitioners aren't like that, but a whole bunch of doctors go, see, that's why we didn't want them to be able to write prescriptions. That's exactly why. Because a nurse is not a doctor. You can't give someone vaginosis. You could actually get someone killed, not help them by doing that, by the way. Because some dude, or you would presume it's a dude, looks the thing up. But how would it, yeah, what are you going to tell a dude? You gave a dude vaginosis? What? Oh, yeah. I don't think that's helpful. And people wanted to know why they were getting a divorce after like 2 weeks. It couldn't have anything to do with that. I know, especially someone like Jen who is paranoid and went right to a doctor. Yeah, she probably went right to a doctor and explained it, and that doctor probably went, you can't give someone vaginosis." Okay, so I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you can't give someone vaginosis. So uh, probably chlamydia or gonorrhea, whatever that medication covers. For some reason, I'm thinking it's gonorrhea because I'm pretty sure she said it was one pill. Is that a one pill job of the gonorrhea? Then it's gonorrhea, not vaginosis. Yes. Who knows? Joanne's doctor probably told her the right thing, or the nurse, and she went and tried to conjure up a lie. Just some people do that stuff. Put it in the complaint box, Joanne. She literally went around a shelter implying that she didn't know where it came from, if it came from me. You people are disgusting. You people are absolutely disgusting. I had 6 years celibacy by then, and the chick raped me. Now her rape victim gave some nasty, nasty person, all due respect, Joanne, by your lifestyle. I gave you gonorrhea. Get away from me. She's an IV drug user. And she's got more than gonorrhea from what I could tell. I don't spread vicious rumors, but come on now. That was terrible. She wasn't always terrible to me, but yeah, like she's got that, what they call it, bipolar disease, which is like a mania. And they get like that. But she's got a little bit of that sinister in it too because of her drug use. I think that she probably is a nice person, but she was using drugs that were like screwing her up. That's what I would say. Maybe people would say that about Rebecca Donahue too. I don't know because she was doing it too. It makes them like sinister. Yeah, when you just go, that's the whole reason she went out with Jen. I know you go, really? Come on. I have gonorrhea? Where would I get gonorrhea from? That's why my doctor pretty much yelled in Jen's face. It's the World Wide Web. My doctor can see my medical records, yeah. That's how it works at a doctor's office. I see that you were tested for Hep C. You don't have that. Yeah. Or anything else besides polycystic kidney disease and polycystic liver disease. Righto. 13 years celibacy. Thank you very much. It's called the condom. And I guess being somewhat discriminatory about who you sleep with. I mean, like I said a million times, I agree with waiting until you're married, but and staying monogamous. But just, yeah, amaze balls. There's a whole bunch of people called the Dreamers, the Bobby Long people that would go, "Don't you know that we attacked this person because she went right to Twitter to warn people that these people don't use condoms?" I think she believes in condoms. Yeah. What's up? I think she believes in condoms. Well, I had a tubal ligation in 2002, but clearly, yeah, unfortunately, before I got married, yeah, why was I never pregnant before? Wow. Anyways, it's just bad schooling, I guess, bad teaching and maybe social reinforcement in the dudes too. It's not just the females, the dudes. You go, what in the world? Oh, now it's going to be cold there. Okay, great. Grant. I got to eat some walnuts and cherries so I can breathe later on today and not get too. I got one more day, and then I can have my stuff and rest. No kidding. I know. Smash into. These are certainly not Navy boys and the rugby team. I had a rugby brief boyfriend in college too. What is it with me and rugby players? I don't know. That's something. I'm the brunette, so I can. I'm not the blonde. Yeah. Right, Ava Gardner? Yeah. I'm the brunette, so I can. I don't have to do all of that. Anyways, I don't think so. I think they just flirt, but they don't actually put out. Yeah. Because then they seem like used up and slutty. If you're not familiar with blondes and brunettes on film and models, yeah. Ask Barbara Hutton. Yeah, that's two. Yeah, that's two travel romps with females. I would say that. Yeah, you get a brunette that dyes her hair, and then maybe you have a blonde that puts out. But I think they're really just flirty, but they don't actually. But that they always have to be like that. They can't talk like brunettes do. Yeah, they get trapped in that. So I washed up and changed my clothes. Never in a day would I wear those leggings outside. Nope. I got those outside of Goodwill. I'm kind of thinking it was Sue and her son that left him there based on what he was dressing like. Yeah. They're Under Armour thermos. Sometimes in the woman's dorm, yeah. But I would never dress like that out in public. No. That's a little bit too much for me. Why was I attacked 2 days ago? Okay. Really? I mean, come on. It does. You just go 53 and this still? My God. What the hell? All right, 3:30. I got this. I think I'm gonna just. Well, I got to be careful on this thing, but do I need to put anything else out here that sucks? Am I gonna want the robe? I suppose I gotta take it. Let's take the robe out. Might probably start to be freezing in a minute. Stuff over here. Well, there's not a point in doing that, Mary. Sleep there right now. It's like that wicked gross pollution smell today. That's not what I'm talking about the radon or the radium or whatever. Yeah, just that's definitely smells like smog. All right. Got water and mayo. I guess he doesn't like Miracle Whip because I may just go, okay. That was before I realized what it actually was, and then I looked at the ingredients. I'm like, I knew it tasted weird. It has sugar in it. Some people, man, all they want to eat is sugar. Like straight out sugar. I know, like those grapes last night. It was not worth it. They had grape tomatoes on the clearance, but I gotta really be careful with that Snap Guard because it's one of those again. We're gonna go through another year of this until someone kills those people and puts the Snap Guards back on. Just never need to be doing that. It's all computerized, and I think the whole fucking planet knows what a Muriel Gore is. I think you know what a homeless woman with no income and no property and isn't a fucking whore and isn't a drug addict to sell drugs is. So I'm fucking done. And I'm sure everyone else is too. Just please give it a fucking rest. It's so disgusting, isn't it? And when I explained to you what I thought about pinging, because then they did it on the fucking phone. Ping chat. It's dementia. Some of them get wicked gross like that. Yeah. Primates unfiltered. We can assume they're male. You might have a rare occasion that a female's talking like that with dementia, but I just gross stuff on YouTube about shaving your PUSSY, and it's a female. Nasty. And it comes on wicked loud. It's supposed to be supposedly a commercial for razors or something. What does that have to do with using that word? It's called your bikini area. I don't know, man. I think by that point they don't have any brain matter left. It's like a dying process. Ask the Haitians. I don't work in a nursing home, so I don't know. I don't work in a hospice. Right. Maybe similar to my ex said it's average. I kind of doubt it, though. I think that dude's just an asshole. Right. How does that explain why his family wouldn't tell me he fucking died? I know you just go, can you see me on YouTube? Okay, because the police are fucking befuddled. Do you have a phone? They're probably like, is your phone disabled? These people haven't fucking contacted you? Oh my God. He said his family was all crack cocaine users. How does a person have friends that deranged, right? You just go, whoa. It's a Facebook page. It's not a story that you're not sure if it actually happened. You know what I'm saying? You go, what am I looking at? And you just delete each friend. That was weird that I went around deleting them. They never talked to me. You're not getting anywhere near my crotch if that's a friend of yours. Why would I be in your Facebook page at all? Like your wife. You're not staying friends with someone who's talking to your wife like that. Click. You deleted people he's known since childhood. That's right, because he's never talking to you again, or he's never getting near me again. And apparently he made his choice. Not I'm a psycho. You like your deranged drug addict? Keep your deranged drug addict. I'm not battling you over a deranged drug addict. The premise was, since the dude was completely alone when I met him, he wasn't going to be a drug addict anymore. That was the premise. And then after 6 weeks of calling every friend of his a scumbag and get the hell away from me, he clearly made his choice finally. Not I'm a psycho. That was not happening in Galway. Nope. Nope. You people cannot hang. Mm-mm. There was no love lost there, believe me. Just what? It's just people screaming at each other. Everyone's a loser. You're throwing your bags down the street and stuff. I wasn't doing that on my trips abroad. I tried to explain it to those group of people before. It's like, this is not fun. Well, daylight come. We don't want to go home. I mean, what your people are doing is not fun. I'm on a beach with Barbara Hutton getting a tan. She's making up jokes about the lifeguards. She said they're ambiguously gay duos. She's requested PYT is her favorite Michael Jackson song. We're eating cake slices this big. Like, whoa, this is not fun. We're on a dance floor. She's pretty funny, like I said. There's a place called the Champagne Bar. There is no sex in the Champagne Bar. That's how she talks. She likes Kevin Smith, apparently. I didn't even know what that was. She's hip and happening. I'm cavorting with foreign nationals. She's introducing me to Navy boys. I mean, you people are not having fun out there. Don't stop believing. Me and this blonde woman is screaming at the top of our lungs in Kalani Island. Some band. Don't stop believing. I mean, you people are not having any fun at all in what you're doing. I don't know why you're doing it, but that you've got some mental illness and you're depressed. You have no idea how to have fun at all. And then you actually treat me like I'm fucking boring. There's probably people going, I couldn't keep up with the, I mean, are we going to sleep? Or what the fuck? We're going here, we're going there, we're eating foods. We're at the Cliffs of Moray, at the rugby house, we're at the rugby hotel. We're at an after party in Ireland with people we just met. I know, you just go, that is not fun what you guys do. It sounds like George Papad attempted that. Right? That's what Lisa was telling me. But was he going to bars and stuff in Dorchester? Yeah, probably. He probably didn't want to just hang out around Quincy Center in the commuter rail. But he was trying to like be off book, as they call it. He was trying to Exodus 20. Yeah, just he probably really grew tired of that. That's why he became a man whore to that alley person just so he could be in a house. Yeah, I don't think he was really interested in the like what they call the Quincy Center crawl. I don't think he was really into that. So that might have been perceived as wild and crazy. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but I did it in college too. It's bad. Exactly what happened at the rugby hotel. I was doing that stuff in college too. Sometimes you can have a female. It doesn't mean that you're not, but you're not sleeping with all these dudes. You're just hanging around with them. Yeah, just hanging out in some dude's dorm room with a bunch of dudes. It doesn't mean you're, you know. I was never doing that. I was pretty much caught naked in a room once, but I was covered up, but just a whole bunch of dudes on a rugby team. Anyways. I prefer male friends, but it doesn't mean that's an example. She was a good female friend, and so was Barbara Hutton. You have to be sort of, yeah. Some females cannot hang. Like probably Colleen. Why is she in a house full of dudes? Cannot hang. Cannot hang. This Vanessa chick? No way. The greatest of respects, you guys have a different lifestyle. It should go without saying. That's why it's good to hang around with your own kind. That you would absolutely never get with some person. Like AJ was like befuddled when he was listening to Rebecca Donahue talking. Like, what am I listening to? Like, she's actually admitting it. This isn't like, yeah, it's not drunken, drugged out, embarrassing mistakes. Yeah, I mean, truly, that was like the look on his face. He just was completely stunned. Yeah, you need to have conversations with people because they don't think like that. Just whoa. Why would she have sex with some dude you had sex with? She needs your help getting laid because I'm not a whore. Kelly did the same thing. Like, I don't think she needs your help. Like, they don't get the whole thing. They totally do not get it. Rock Hudson, do I need their help? They don't get it. Mm-mm. They don't get the whole sort of like natural. It doesn't mean I'm like that all the time, but they don't get the whole natural braid and the nice physique and the tan. Does that make me a man? Like, is that mannish? Like, I know you just go, oh my god, whoa. They don't get it. It's supposed to be like sporty spice. They don't get that. No. Yeah, like they don't get Betty Boop at all. They don't get it. Just the whole je ne sais quoi. Oops. They don't get it. Right. It means you're not a whore, but if you marry the person, they're clearly a slut. That's what it means. They're like a literal lady. That's the most feminine you can be, not a mannish. That's why I'm stunned by it. I'm absolutely stunned by it. You go, I'm mannish? Whoa. This is why you can't get married. Ask Gross Jim Morrison. He had a literal fantasy date with me on the beach because my avatar photo was taken in a certain way and it's the same bikini. Just imagine that, and you're like, and then you're on the beach with it. It's not, you never show anything. Nope. That makes you a whore. It's sad. You never show anything. Mm-mm. Absolutely no. It's not even planned either. It's just some people have a thing about them. Apparently, God had to explain it to me. I wasn't aware of it, which makes it even better. That's what they like. It's a whole thing. Like a dumb chick that's not dumb. Maybe it's French. Maybe that's what French women are. It's like a dumb chick that's not actually dumb. It's just all of femininity. It's just a certain type of female. So, anyways, some people have that mastered apparently. It worked like a charm on that Brian dude. Right, but then it all got like he doesn't have enough in there that would actually matter to him. Yeah, he doesn't have enough of that within his brain matter that would actually matter to him. But not every dude. Nope. If you're single, if you're a single dude, it just depends. I wouldn't say it works on every dude, but every dude is not single. Once you find someone you like, then nothing's gonna work on them. Right. That people, there's certain women that think that that's not true. Like they literally are gross, and like why you would want to entice every dude, but they think that they can. No, like there's a difference between pinup girls that it's like it once you meet a person and they're your friend and stuff, or like if the dude is married, he shouldn't care about pinup girls anymore. Yeah, it's like single dudes. And if someone's not your type, they're not your type. But what was the other thing I was going to say? It was something about Gross Jim Morrison and the thing with the photos and the. Yeah, just you gotta leave. You ever hear the term "leave something to the imagination"? Leave most things to the imagination. You never point out flaws in yourself to people. Plus, if you have a whole bunch of flaws that you can pinpoint yourself, you've lost it already. Once you lose your confidence like that, it's over. You don't have it anymore. You don't have that je ne sais quoi anymore once you're finding flaws in yourself. I don't even think you can fake it. Oh, there's the mailman. Even that, and it's not. Yeah, it's actually happening to me currently because of my ankle. After I do my stuff, my ankle's kind of a little bit mad at me, but it gets better. Even that, dudes think that's cute too. It's almost like you're in heels when you're crumpling around like that. They actually think it's cute. That's why you go. You're screaming at that female in the street, dude. Okay, well, we learned something about people. Well, it's like I explained it. You're supposed to be like, it doesn't matter because it's almost bigoted, but it's like a family member. You shouldn't even be trying to go out with me. But the other species doesn't really get that. It's like everybody's mother. There's obviously there shouldn't be a whole population of males that I would be mating with. Yeah, I'm a different species, and we don't do that. Oh, now I'm sitting right on that thing. This isn't going to probably work out, but maybe that's better. Oh, God. My ankle. Oh. Yeah, I guess I should be careful because I have so much fun with the jog walks. I have so much fun. I could probably hurt myself because I have so much exuberance. Yeah, I could probably sprain it, jump it up and down. It isn't even jamming it. Yeah, like I'm guilty of that too, and it's on concrete, just like jamming it. Is that why they're doing those kangaroo things? You can't jam in those things. Remember when I had the step and I did the videos? I was totally trying to do that on that step. I was like trying, I couldn't do it enough. Like I was just like, jam. Yeah. I was trying to add a jump on the step. Yeah. But it would like move out of the way and it makes too much noise. But I was trying to add a jump on that step when I was doing the steps. Jam. That's the nature of that song. It's probably got something to do with tap dancing. So that's not probably very ballerina like, yeah. You got to get that out of your system, I'm sure, for all those light and airy dances. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they do that for the jumps too, because it makes sense to me with the arm movements. It's like that's why I suggested the thing about the ropes. Like all that added resistance, and when they don't have it anymore, you ever do that thing in the doorway? You would, and then it feels like your arms are floating up. I'm pretty sure that's probably some sort of old school teaching for the ballet. It just makes sense to me because all that resistance, and then when you don't have it anymore, you actually feel like you're floating. So it probably looks good when they're doing it. Yeah. Well, or they've sprained their ankle 4 times from jamming, and so they're much like lighter on their feet. And then they have to tiptoe around. Do 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 do. After the 5th ankle sprain from jamming, then they start doing that. Now it's just that Wild Wild West song. Crap, I noted it when I was down there. The Escape Club, is that what it is? I think it's called the Escape Club. It's good for that, like jumping, like you're jumping rope. Like that, just that steady. Yeah. I thought so. It's like just over 5 minutes. And then you can do like just jumping up, like, and then every once in a while you can go a little higher. And then sometimes I'll go back to this. And then I was trying to lift like my legs up, and then I was trying to do like a skipping thing and the basketball, football thing. Because I got to do different things or I'm not going to be able to keep doing it because I'm already starting to get a little bit like tired. So it's weird because I like dancing so much that it's easier for me to do that than just keep jogging like this. Unless people are saying it's not tired, it just has to do with, so like people don't want to do the walking, maybe. Because it's easier for me to do
like that dancing type stuff where it's like actually doing more. It's funner to me to do like a high impact aerobics. Excuse me, like step aerobics. But anyways, and then I do a thing where I jump like this, when they're saying turn to the left, turn to the right. Yeah, just like in that thing where they said it was like Joan of Arc, and is it supposed to be Billy the Kid in Genghis Khan, and they go to the mall? I just think it's funny that Joan of Arc is the one doing the exercises. That's what I think is funny about that film. I saw it when I don't know, when did it come out? I wasn't young. No, I think was I already married when that came out? I think that's when I saw it, when I was already married. I liked that, and Harold and Numa Go to White Castle. I don't think I saw the sequels to it, but that was a weird film. I like that one, and then I mean, yeah, make sure you screen it, because remember the thing about Tales from the Crypt, and I forgot. Yeah, I didn't realize at the time it has smut or something in it. Remember the one is it called Road Trip? The one we watched that one years ago. We saw the butterfly effect because I had already seen that one with Ashton Kutcher. Oh yeah, the only thing, because I didn't have an income, I saw 10. This was all after the Brian thing. That's why I was like, at first it was kind of depressing to me. But I'm a very independent person. I'd be doing that stuff by myself anyway. It's a matter of finances. But yeah, it's sad if you have finances and you don't like to do things by yourself. You should really make yourself do it. It's a movie theater. Is it just something like agoraphobia or something? Yeah, like it's a movie theater. It's different at the movie theater. And then if you're gonna do a cheat, you get the popcorn. And I learned all about putting the candy in the popcorn because of the salt. I know I usually wasn't doing that because I was way too concerned about food when I was younger. But it does have a wicked lot of sodium. It's probably better to pop your own and sneak it in. Yeah. There was a dude, and I think that was his wife. They went to the Polar Express, or they were at the movie theater because they asked about unsalted popcorn and they didn't have any. So they're probably concerned about sodium too. You can pop the kernels in a pan with a little bit of oil. You don't have to have a hot air popper, but clearly that's if you have that. But it's about the sodium. I don't know if a little tiny bit of canola oil is going to harm you, and you'll probably like the taste of it better. I used to eat it dry too because I used to be paranoid about fat, and there's not a reason to be. But yeah, you just put a little bit in the pan, and you actually put it in and put a cover on it, and you have to like sit and wait until you hear it start popping, and then you just go like Jiffy Pop. Same thing, and then it's all oiled. You don't even actually need butter. Butter clearly, if you have unsalted butter, but how are you going to transport that to the theater? Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Um, Maybe you want the hot air stuff because if I wasn't thinking that if you're sticking it in a bag and it's cold, I don't know. It might not be as good when it's cold with that little bit of oil on it. Test it out. He does it too, but it's during a film. Okay, now this scene, because you already saw the film 14 times. Now this scene, and he'll tell you what's going to happen next. Oh, all right. He likes to talk during films and narrates. Anyways, Saw 10 and The Exorcist. What's it called? The Final Chapter or something? That was fun. I went to that AMC theater by Boston Common. Yeah, that was fun. And I went to, like I said, it was a pajama party. I went in pajamas and everything. I think I saw parts of the Polar Express, or the children would say if they were living, you saw it before. Yeah, like if I saw the whole thing, then I would believe that. But I didn't think I had seen it before. Like I knew what it was. I'm not sure I paid as much attention to it, maybe. So it probably was one of those things where I felt it was for the children. So I was in the room, but not really paying that much attention. I was probably on the computer or something. Yeah. Monitoring what it is, but not paying that much attention to it. So that was definitely an appropriate film. Like anybody that is like me and went to that thing, if you had the money to do it, that was definitely an appropriate. You needed that sort of like uplift because it's all about the Santa Claus and the thermonuclear weapons. Yeah, just I don't know what the business is with the train unless it's supposed to be about Germany. Yeah. So, oh, that came up on the walk because the train tracks are right there. And I was talking about that day I went to Concord when I went to the Walden Pond. That's I know that's what I do when I have money. I would be traveling and doing things. Yeah. I'm not hog wild things, but then I start to feel guilty. I started to feel guilty, and then they shut it off and stole the rest of it. I was preparing in case I became homeless. I was preparing for the summer. Like I could have bought myself summer clothes. You just obviously someone is putting a stop to it. I think it's really way over the top at this point because that's why they're talking about October. That's when they did it. They just gave it to me at the end of April after all this time. And I probably would have only got it for like a year. And then, because I'm never having a medical exam. So I have a do not treat. Okay. You're not violating my medical plan with a whole bunch of concocted nonsense. It's already in a medical file. I have a do not treat. So I don't have an exam. Just deny the claim. I don't know if you can deny it because I wouldn't go to your doctor, but just deny the claim and send me a notice here that I was denied. Anyway, yeah, because clearly that's bullshit, and some of the stuff I've seen is fucking scary, even if you don't have a do not treat. And then your people aren't even qualified to treat people, and you think you're going to use people for experimentation and shit because you have people that are demented and want to pretend they're a doctor and a nurse. No. Drawing the line. So anyways, I was talking about going to Walden Pond, and just the coat and everything was like the best day to go there because it was cloudy and stuff. Yeah, that was it. That was October, right? That was fun. Even though I flipped out, of course, like I typically do when I'm walking, and I didn't know where. I was worried I didn't find the place because I was angry. Yeah, just it was something I wanted to do. And then I realized that you can cross on the other side of the street. I realized that on the way back. They do have a crosswalk there. So my bad, because it's not the best place. It's a friggin' highway. You got to be careful. It's not good for drivers to see people crossing the street like that. Just and then I saw that there was train tracks. It's like he was still living because I don't know when I actually explained that dream. And just a fly on the wall, just some lawyer or something is like, there's a woman on the internet, okay, whose name is Mary, and apparently she has a childhood friend named Shelly Sadinsky, okay, and that's her childhood friend. So she had a dream that she was on a train with her. And then she realized she was dreaming or something because of the train tracks. And then she just like started flying because that's what she does in a dream. So is that not weird? Also, Candy's baby daddy that had Barbara, his name's Steve, and he gave me a clattering, not as a boyfriend, but he had it for some reason. He had an extra clattering when I was like in junior high school, and he gave it to me. Isn't that weird too? No, not like that. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a girlfriend, and he's another one that looks like one of my children. I don't think it's anything to do with relationships. Yeah, to me, that's weird and interesting. Like weird in like an eerie sort of interesting weird way. Just because I saw that there was train tracks in Concord at Walden Pond. I go, oh, there's train tracks there. I don't know the whole. Yeah, just pretty much like he was. I go on the walk. I'm like, he was already in jail. It's not like I revealed his location or who he was. But you go, why is it say that he wasn't in jail? Why is there a woman on the internet? Say his brother. Why is there a woman on the internet who had a childhood friend named Shelly Sadinsky? And something about train tracks. I guess maybe that doesn't matter. To me, it does because it's Walden Pond. That's all. Oh, I got this. He's another one named Steven. Everybody's name is Steven that looks like that. Steven, who invented the Eucharist, he doesn't think he looks like Ted Kaczynski when he was younger. What do they call that? Compulsive hand washing. That's definitely Steven. He invented the Eucharist. Anyways, his name actually is Steven. And he had a white chariot. Yeah, he had a white car he was driving around. Yep. Well, in case you didn't know that, he used to be a priest. In case he was unaware of that. I don't know. Is there a guy that invented hand washing, like for medical purposes? Maybe it's that too. That's possible too. There probably is. There's probably someone who invented that. Maybe you should wash your hands before you put your hands in an open wound. Believe it or not, because they believe it or not, people have to invent that stuff. On the walk, I was talking about people that aren't used to. Yeah, you did. When I was talking the thing about the females, and I go, yeah, this is how about this? Like it's just sort of like venting. Yeah, like I don't know if I'd want to put that in a book. I don't know if I'd want that. My autobiography is the Virgin Mother because this time period is not allowing me to be myself. Right? Just how about this? You wouldn't want to court a man that's talking like that. But how about if you all here's a Hustler magazine since that's gonna arouse you, right? Yeah, you need a Hustler magazine, correct? Okay, not even National Geographic, right? Okay, not the Sears catalog. So here you go, and you're all gonna do this in this jar, and then we're gonna leave it in the sun for I don't know 2 days. And then you're going to take a whiff of that and then get back to us. Right? Meet a rabbi, threaten to slap a rabbi, meet a nun, threaten to slap a nun, because a nun is not a priest. Just like Richard Pryor in that thing. That what are you doing? I am trying to kill a bitch. No, I don't mean like that because she was rude, right? Just This eye is like a little bit. I noticed it. Was it this morning? I gotta be careful. I'm not. Oh! I just did that thing. Oh my god. No, it's not burning, but that's what I did. But I went like right like that, like in the eye. Just what in the heck? No, like it. Yeah, almost like I slept on it and put too much pressure on it or something. Just be careful. I'm not pressing on my eyeball. So. Pretty relaxed now, yeah. Like walk all that stress off, yeah. I theorized if the coffee head down phone marital ring had brain disease and what is it that the coffee machine is? Gallbladder cancer or cancer of the anus. Is there some sort of sphincter on the gallbladder? Yeah. Well, that would be terrible news. Yeah, that would be terrible news, but I mean, clearly that's a non-interested in other people husband, but yeah, I know. It's a 2-hour walk. It's because it's so funny to me, the whole like coffee head down phone marital ring, and now everything that has to do with the phone, don't you question? Yeah. It was like this at the shelter when they kept saying the coffee maker was broken, and on the same one of the times, on the same day, I went over to Starbucks and they told me the coffee maker was broken, and I was about to start screaming at them. And you go, okay, well, this is the thing. But unfortunately, people here don't think like that, so I don't even bother. But I may have told her, like, that's weird because they're saying the coffee maker's broken at the shelter too. Like, I don't know if she thought I was being paranoid, because obviously you'd get a little bit paranoid, but you go, what is God saying here? Do you people all have cancer of the gallbladder? Why are your coffee makers broken? Yeah. And Karen, who went into the condo, had emergency gallbladder removal surgery right before she moved out of the shelter. Okay, so that's pretty serious. But good news for me. Well, it doesn't mean that she's the other species, but she would probably consider it good news too. Right? Just clearly, it's been a heck of a road for her and her husband, and it indicates to her probably that stuff is going on. You don't like to be like that, but I mean, really, folks? I was wondering about Becca too, if they actually gave her housing or they did some sort of effery to her. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she said the word voucher and not Section 8. I just assumed they started calling a Section 8 a voucher. That was before, that was in 2021/2022. So yeah, that was before, I think it was 2021 actually that she told me that in December. So yeah, it made me start thinking, going, did they tell her she was getting a voucher and then never give it to her, the same thing? And she just finally left. She was probably just like, I have been in this shelter since 2016. That is scary. She came into the shelter in 2016, and she was still there in December of 2021. It probably just, you learn to live with it, and it's just month after month. Was she not there 365 consecutive days? She was there from 2016 to at least the end of 2021. Just call it 2022. She was there for 7 years. No, I'm sorry, 6 years. She was there for 6 years. 4, 5, 6. That's 6 years. Oh yeah, just, it's not because I keep leaving, Amy or whoever. Joey hopefully explained it to the ball. Like, didn't she tell you how long she's been coming here? Oh my, and him too. And then he probably can't understand this business with Kelly because for some reason they love Kelly. It has nothing to do with Mary left one room. Oh yeah, just she's done it several times and they keep putting her in housing. There is definitely something seriously wrong. Could it be because she has a drug problem and, you know, is really sort of free with the goods? Is it possible it's that? It doesn't mean you're bad. I'm explaining to you how sick they are. I don't agree with your lifestyle, but I'm not saying you're bad if you, as the virgin mother. I'm explaining to you how sick they are. That's what I mean by it. I'm not even saying you have to be celibate. Just, are you seeing that that's what it is? It's like so grotesque and insane. I'm sure it started out just vicious envy. All these, every year it changes the excuse, but it was always brain disease from the beginning. So people with the certain symptoms, right, just so they know, it can be difficult at first, but when you, now this has been going on for 15 years, so you have some people that even they can see how sick they are now. Not that's a philosophy. It's indicative of brain disease. So not a lifestyle. I'm not talking about people in the projects. As far as I knew, women that don't believe in marriage, right, and do the baby daddy stuff, they're not necessarily all on drugs. Not that I knew. They could inform me that they are, but for some reason they don't end up homeless. I don't know. I just assumed they weren't. Yeah, right. Like I just assumed that they I don't like to say this because they're gonna get mad, but I assume they're a little bit cognitively reduced and that that's just how they're raised. It's like a cultural thing. I'm not gonna argue with. It's just maybe they don't believe men have to work, or they don't really care that much about having a husband when it comes down to it. And if the husband has 3 women that he has babies with, they don't have to be around him all the time. Yeah, like I was wondering if some of them, it was like a way to stop being abused. You agree to have sex with the dude and have a kid, and then he goes away, and you never have to do that again till your kid's 18, and then you got to have another one. It could be something like that. It just depends on if they've got their boyfriend sneaking in there and stuff. Yeah, but never in my life did I care about people doing that, by the way. Nope. It does become a problem when they're given Section 8s. It does become a problem. But I never even cared about that. But I think I probably would have begun to care about it if all of a sudden my children are going to school with people that have a completely different morality and they're aggressive like that. And they're trying to go out with my daughters that were raised completely meek and they're naive to all this stuff, then I'd have a definite problem with it. Because they've got to be taught to stay away from other people. That's one of the big problems. This integrating people is not good. Nope, definitely not good. Whether you like it or not, it's not good. So how do you figure that out? I know you got to have morality-based housing. So I think God actually has done it. Yeah, but in the long run, it's not going to matter because, as I said, your whole species is in an extinction. But people that tried to do governmental policies, like, oh yeah, this came up. Like, she's the woman who literally tried to free up the middle of the country, and the whole middle of the country would have been a safe zone. I'm not your enemy. I don't appreciate being attacked. Okay, that was the whole transition plan, and I'm not against people coming here to help out to farm so that your population doesn't starve, but that doesn't go on eternally. It's not a new societal plan. It's all under the assumption that you were going to stop breeding because people only live so long. The most you could be here was 100 years. Get it? You were supposed to immediately stop breeding. So that's became an issue. There isn't a choice but the thermonuclear weapons because it affects the ovum and stuff. And now they're not going to come here to be doing that. That's crazy. No, I don't advocate for slaves that farm in the middle of your country. Where do we get them from? Yeah, just no. It's just like busing people from Mattapan to a kill zone. No. Nope. So this is the other thing that would have worked. Okay. But this is already going on, and just, it is what it is. But this is probably why I'm not allowed to do this. Yeah, because this is another, it's all set up so that God can explain the extinction. It's, for me, acceptance too. But probably inevitably you would have overbred somehow again, and then did the same thing to me. It, like, no matter how many times I'm nice, it's just inevitably going to turn out bad for me. And God's probably said, I'm not doing it anymore, Mary. Like, I got a whole other plan for these people, and they don't want to stay here. God might say they understand your plan. They're not stupid. They don't want to stay here. They're done in these physical bodies. Oh, okay. Well, and then you just don't know anything else to do but breed, and then that's how you were getting your housing and stuff. Like, say that they had followed this, you would have had more success with your youth. Okay. We can give you people housing, and you can even have Social Security, but you've got to agree to be sterilized. Right? Because if they were only breeding like that because of your governmental policy, it would have immediately stopped it. So you didn't do that. You still did this business with EBT cash for kids and Social Security for kids and housing for kids. You got to offer stuff for not having kids because they probably don't even want kids. Some of them don't know anything else to do, but you go, is it really, like, if you could be honest, and it's to figure out what to do, not to judge you. If you could be honest, are you having those kids so that you can not work and not have to worry about paying for things? You can still have a husband, or a boyfriend, because there's other ways to solve that if your people running your government weren't so fucking stupid. Like that. This is the deal. We have a new program. We will literally give you, I don't know if they have enough houses because there's so many of them. We will literally give you an apartment and a car and spending money. But you've got to be sterilized and not have any children. And then if you need them to work 20 hours a week or something, I'm sure they'd do it. Because some of them it may be part of what God's doing. They actually don't want children. Right. They'll be like, yeah, I guess we finally get to admit that we really didn't want to grow up like that. But how else are we going to live? Yeah, because I mean, them finding out that no one was getting housing is just going to make that problem even worse. Some of it has to do with people that actually believe in breeding themselves, because And they want to constantly have their monopoly. They have to have an income. They got to have workers. They got to do this. They got to have the sales. They got to educate you on foods and stuff. It's a constant thing. That's all they want to do as the elitist. Yeah, once you solve a problem, you're not talking about Medicaid and private insurance again. I mean, they're already back to talking about that. You had universal health care, and they're already back to talking about insurance again. This is not the Roman Republic for sure. Just, it's really not rocket science. You just tell the public what you actually think, right? Like, how about if you got sterilized, right? And then you get an apartment in a car? Would that work? I know it sounds weird, but there's a population problem. Not sneakily you do it. Well, you have Issure and vasectomies. A tubal ligation you can do, but that's a major surgery for a female. They do it after you have a kid, and it's not like that, but they have to do it right after you give birth. Otherwise, don't ask a female to do that. They have to be put under. Yeah. So a vasectomy and Issure. None of this stuff under the skin. No one cares if you're using condoms at that point because they're not going to have sex with you. So it's, in a sense, not their problem about the STDs. Right? As long as you're not raping people. It's just they don't want you to breed. You need to stop breeding. There's a population problem on planet Earth. Well, they're the elitists, so they can have children. It does work like that. Right. It's just if you want an apartment and a car, then you've got to be sterilized. Maybe that's an affirmative. Someone agrees with me. Beep. No one ever said that to me because I was married and the guy worked and I was intending to work. So, yeah. Well, I'm going to check in a minute, but from my understanding, your people that run your world are going to discuss about the plagues and the fact about some of the work that if people have family members to care for, stuff like that, how they're going to deal with that, because apparently you don't want to do day one, the housing, approve every stipend. So people aren't going to be able to give you services anymore because there's a brain plague going on. They're ill. So it's not like bipolar and then they go on Social Security and then still work. It's not like that. They're literally not going to be able to do certain things, and then they won't be able to do any things. Also, the bit about the difference between literal starvation and lung cancer, which both are going to lead to death. I know. Believe me, I know. So you have to not worry. You have to trust God. But I know I feel just like weird about it. But I mean, could a person do anything more? I mean, every Twitter account, I just kept getting them. Every Facebook kept getting them. Everybody that was doing it, YouTube kept getting them. So I don't know if there was a concern that it actually was going to work, or just by the time they started doing that, yeah, they knew it wasn't going to work or something. If it wasn't going to work, then what difference does it make what I say? I was thinking that when I was leaving Stop and Shop, if someone was talking, going, that's why she told us not to do this. It's like she knew what they were trying to do. And it's just, I don't know. I might be part of they. I'm not denying that, but um, somehow I'm thinking I attempted this before with a similar result. Just okay. So all right. Well, I think it's not good because I think they have some weaponry that they're okay. Well, I had to authorize it by July 30 of 2022 because it looked scary to me that people had fences up and were still in a lockdown, and just the whole nature of the dementia and stuff. Like people could have been starving people in housing because they were gone and they are on a lockdown because they think that they're gorillas. They literally think that. Okay, so there's only so long you can lock people up in housing for absolutely no reason before they have to put you down. Well, we would hope that would never happen, but I mean, sometimes people with dementia um, like the way that she was acting in 2020. Say that someone lost that much brain matter and they were like 40 or 50. If they were in a house with children, yeah, um, like they would probably, everybody would have to stay in their room because they become so territorial. Okay. Like screaming at people because they're in another part of a house. Okay. And then say they were like she was with the food and stuff. It was 4 days with no water. So if someone was in a house like that with a person, oh yeah, you just murder people on the second floor of a house because you have complete dementia. And no one gave those people housing so they could get the fuck away from you. And so you just murdered your whole family. And then all of a sudden, finally, a wellness check comes and you're still in a house probably. Or you starved to death yourself downstairs and all your children are dead upstairs from literal lack of water and starvation. You got a glimpse of it in 2021. You just go, okay, you just literally left two people upstairs with no water and food. Like you could have had someone doing that, right? I don't know if they would still feed and water themselves, but I'm pretty sure she was doing that during that time. And say you had no sense of time. Oh yeah. All of a sudden a wellness check comes and you go, they're where? Okay. Can we speak to them? And they're all dead. And then people are sitting there watching on a live stream. So, anyways, well, you saw what happened there too. Sorry is get into an ambulance. They're not sorry. It's a persona in a binder that God controls them, but they're not sorry. I know you just go, whoa. So just know that about people, for sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure none of those people that were volunteering or working for that shelter care either. This is what they would do, which is different than the shelter. And I could see that this may have actually happened. Okay, where because of the way that they were acting, they terrified the people staying there. You wouldn't even leave your room to ask them a question. You're so terrified of them. And I explained it when they put me in the room. They told me it was a 24-hour quarantine, but they were quarantining people for 2 weeks. So say they did this to someone for 2 weeks, right? But there was a sink in the bathroom. So you might go 2 weeks without eating. Okay. They told me that they were going to bring me dinner. No one ever brought me food. Right. They told me I had to stay in a hotel room during a quarantine. And then the next day, someone knocked on the door and said, I'm out of quarantine. Okay. But no one brought me food the night before. I just happened to have fallen asleep because I had been outside. I fell asleep about 3 o'clock and slept the whole night. They might say they knocked on the door. Possibly they did. So I don't really know that for sure. But something, say that you were like one of those deranged animals, okay, and you weren't in a quarantine, but the person had left their room, and it was one of those times where you were in some sort of a mood and you screamed at the person, and they stayed in their room and were afraid to come out, like they never showed up for dinner or lunch, because the nature of the hotel, then all of a sudden people are like, there's a smell coming from that room. Or say it was, I don't know if it would happen in that many days. They had people cleaning the rooms, which might have been God doing it. They had people cleaning the rooms twice a week. If they don't know why they were doing it, it was probably God, because this definitely would have happened because of the way that they were treating the hostages there. They would be afraid to even go and get food, and they would probably act like they didn't know that the person was still sitting in a room like that not getting food. They would act like they didn't know when they do know, but God knows. So that's a reason why they'd have to have their room cleaned twice a week. But yeah, they literally would do that. Yep. No doubt in my mind, they would do it, and it wouldn't be something they didn't know, but it's so easy for them to go, oh, we didn't know, because it's the nature of the hotel is they come and go as they please. No, it's not the nature of the hotel. See how that doesn't make any sense? But that's what they would tell the police. And because what they're doing is so insane, the police would believe that. Right. You go, yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Maybe the person was anorexic or something and unfortunately died. When they scared the person to leave, even to get food. You can't bring food in. That's an anorexic. Get it? Because you can't just come and go, and you can't bring food in. So how did someone end up starved to death in your hotel? That could happen if they place someone in a hotel, which that happens. Is that an excuse for what they were doing? Not an excuse. If you place someone in a hotel as emergency housing and they die in there, that's not your fault. But when you're doing what you people are doing, I don't care what words come out of your mouth. Why can't people bring food into a hotel room? Because you're trying to murder people there? And if you can't murder them by scaring them so much they don't fucking leave to come get a meal, you're going to start doing shit to the fucking food, just like you did. So yeah, I've told them to shut your funding off to get you the fuck out of that hotel. Yep, I absolutely did, and I don't change my mind about it, because they could still leave in the daytime. And some of them, like, obviously cared about the other people staying there, and they'd go, look, they're never going to feed us. We have to fucking leave. They won't feed us, and they won't let us bring fucking food in here. Yeah, like, this is the second fucking day. We're all gonna have to just go back to Quincy. We'll take a fucking cab. Yeah, that just, oh yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that they would have left and they all would have talked to each other at a smoke break or something and went, we gotta fucking, it's dead of winter. There's nowhere to fucking eat. They closed an eating place at the Star Market in Dorchester. Like, we've got to get out of this fucking hotel. I can guarantee you that some people, they let them bring food in, and Amy has got to be one of them, because it just doesn't make any sense that she decided not to take a room, but she stayed in that hotel like that. And it's like, I don't know if she understands the nature of that's called the Nazi. Yeah, like I think they used to call them Nazi sympathizers. Like Paul was acting like in the shelter. So, like, you should care that they're treating the other hostages differently than you are. That's pretty fucked up. Why are you allowed to bring food in? Why isn't your bag being checked? They were doing that. They should. Yeah, I guess so, about the drugs. At the shelter, they basically don't check you that much because they know that you don't use that. But I mean, obviously, at that hotel, all they care about is if you have food. It was like so obvious. You're admitting now that you're that fucking deranged. Because at the shelter, wasn't the excuse because it's a dormitory and something about bugs or something? You have a dining room, though. Didn't we go right into the dining room when we got checked in? Why couldn't we just get checked in with food? Especially, we weren't even sleeping in a dorm. You were making us sit up in a fucking chair. Still can't bring food in, right? Unless you're Jody. They were doing that for a while. It's like, I don't know what that is. Like, they were literally trying to teach people to break all rules. They were literally doing that in 2021. You go, is this break all rules? If it's not, then if that's not Nazi idealism, how do I know what you're doing? It's part of psychopathic derangement. Yep. Lie about the laundry. Bring food in anyway. Scream back at the staff members. Nope. Even when they said they weren't going to check bags, I didn't bring food in. I took it as exactly what it ended up being. You did that like for 2 days and then started checking our bags again. Did you see any fucking food in there? When you went into my room when I took a walk, did you see any food in there? Because I don't break all fucking rules. I announced it to you when you moved me to a different room that I wasn't checking in at your fucking office anymore. Not I break all rules. And then exactly what happened. You then started doing your fucking rules again. Not you believe in break all rules. You're fucking deranged animals. I'm familiar with break all rules. Because it's an insanity. You don't want us to break all rules. It's sort of like an excuse to abuse people and then do even more rules. Not you're ever trying to teach people to break all rules. And I mean, break all rules? Why don't you just get rid of your fucking rules? Break all rules. It's like working for Disney with the point system. They're not going to care about you didn't iron your shirt till they're trying to take you off the schedule or fire you. That's why they have it. No one gets full time there anymore. They figured it out because of Florida laws about overtime and shit too. They could work you 80 hours a week, but after 3 months of working there, you'll never get another hour on the schedule. That's what they do. It's just they decided at some year that they weren't going to have full-time employees anymore because their benefits were too much. They couldn't keep up with it. I was told by the other employees when I was working there, the ones that have been there for a long time, that it's different than it used to be. Like the people that full time, they get all sorts of benefits, and then everybody that was hired after that, probably trying to stay afloat. That's a pretty expensive place to keep in business, even though the ticket prices are high. Animal Kingdom. So, they raised their ticket prices again. I know, Jesus Christ. I think it was $30 or something when I first moved there. We started out getting annual passes, then we did the seasonal passes. Other than the parking, you realize you don't need an annual pass because it's, excuse me, way too crowded during the blackout periods. You don't even want to go there during a blackout time. So you figure out where you can park and not pay for parking, like the boardwalk. Anyways, I'm sure, I don't know if, I don't think they care because tourists probably don't do that. No, you just, when you're on a vacation, you just pay for it. That's how Tom Kent was too. You're on a vacation, you either take a shuttle from the hotel, you stay on their property and they give you transportation, right? Or like you get a rental car and stuff. You probably don't care about the parking. You might go, wow, this is expensive, but you park at Boardwalk and then you just take that boat. And then isn't there a bus? Yeah. You can get to all the parks, but it's going to take you a while. I think it's a boat that takes you to Epcot, and then you'd have to take the monorail to Magic Kingdom, unless they have a bus to Magic Kingdom, because that's one of their hotels. Yeah, the Boardwalk. We just parked there and went to Epcot without. It's Epcot that's right there, right? Without paying for parking. We had tickets to get in, just you don't pay for the parking. It's expensive. When you're going there like 2 times a week, that's a lot of money. Some people were bringing their, because there was message boards. Some people were bringing their own hamburger rolls and getting that double cheeseburger and then taking one out and putting it on their roll. There's a whole. Some people probably go there every year, and so they have a whole way of saying, because the food is wicked expensive. We made sandwiches and stuff. Yeah, brought sandwiches. One time I had saved Snapple glass bottles and filled them up with water. Oh yeah, that's called being poor. But you have seasonal passes to the Disney parks. Sometimes people are doing stuff and you think they're wicked rich and they're really not. They're just good with money. Like they cut out things. Remember when they started the checking the bags after 9/11? I'm like, checking the bags? Oh my God. Because it's intimidating. They don't care. They never said anything to us. Yeah, they never said anything to us. But clearly you go, checking the bags? What are we in? Father Bills? No, we used to make sandwiches and everything. They never said anything. Obviously, you paid money for a ticket. They don't give their employees free food either, you know. No, I worked there. You get like 10% off. You don't even get a free meal. Yeah, it's probably wicked expensive to keep the place afloat. I don't think they're greedy. It's just in order to provide that level of service, it's, yeah, that's expensive. So the what the heck was I gonna say? When I worked for Papagino's when I was in high school, and the truant officer got mad because I was working at Papagino's and not in high school. They comp your meals. They did. They used to. Yeah. I don't know what McDonald's does. I would hope a place like McDonald's gives you free food. Well, this is the thing, though. When I was working there, I had food issues. I know it's like the worst time of my life to work at Papagino's because just every day you're eating pizza. You don't get tired of pizza. Pizza, pita pockets. They I don't know what it is now, but they used to have like spaghetti and meatballs and everything at Papagino's. It wasn't just pizza. Remember Sparrow's Pizza? They had one of those in the Dedham Mall when it was a mall. Yep, right in the middle of it. You know how everything's outside? It wasn't like that. It was all inside. It was an interior mall like South Shore Plaza. They had a Sparrow's in there. I used to eat that because it's like stuffed pizza, like spinach and mushrooms and cheese with that's going to be pretty easy to make. Yeah, you just take probably one of those doughs and cut it in half. And you put it in like a pie plate and put all that in there and put one on top. Yeah. That's good stuff. Broccoli and spinach and stuff. I used to get that. Anyways, they had a Sparrow's. I worked at the record place. It was called Record Town. Yeah, used to work for a newspaper place, but I don't even think was that in Dedham? You would think I would remember because I was driving then. I was working at the Record Town and the pizza place. I mean, the newspaper, answering the phone and doing accounting. Yeah. And going to school. Yep. Just like when I met Alfred, same thing. I was working at a clothing store, a gift shop, and a hotel in Natick, and going to Framingham State College full time. Yep. I know, you just go. He didn't even have a car that worked. No, I can't speak for other women, but I was like career oriented. Yeah. That's what you do when you want things. I had no desire to basically live in public housing. I knew all about it from other people. I mean, it basically is that easy. That's all you do is get pregnant. In the old days, you just go right into veterans housing and you get cash allotment, you get cash, food stamps. I know all about that stuff. I didn't want to do that. That wasn't a life to me. So anyways, I wanted to have my own place, like a condo, and be able to buy an outfit a month. Like that was my thing. I wanted to live comfortably and not have to worry about money, but I didn't have to have millions. I believe that you should be married when you have children. So you could end up in a thing where you have one kid and you're single, but I definitely don't believe in 2 kids and you're single. Nope. Adoption. Just have 1 kid and you're single. Yeah, just like I said, it probably worked out better for her that I didn't do that. I was trying to do the best thing in the situation. So I'm sure. Just imagine like something like that happening and then all of this, and then you're told by people all this stuff about me that can't possibly be true. I would think maybe at first you go, see how we were saying she doesn't even do anything and blah, 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 blah. But how did you guys meet? Yeah, like when your kids grow up and start to question everything. Because first of all, 17, 16, and 14 are not 2-year-olds. So how did you guys meet? Oh, you met in college, not you picked a woman off the fucking street corner. Okay. So you met in college. Did you have a car then? Did you work? Were you working or you were just living on campus? And then you were living with your friend Stu? No, first you were living on Franklin Street. Did he live there too? Then you were living on Fay Road, right? Okay. What was she doing after you removed her from the college? After you beat up Lois and then removed her to your apartment? What were you doing? What was she doing while you lived on Fay Road? Oh, she was working 2 jobs and going to school full time and cleaning your fucking apartment, just like she said. Grand. Thank you. Just even that alone. So what happened then? She just decided that she didn't want to continue on with college? Because he's probably completely depersonalized, like you've seen, where they just completely make up another thing about themselves and other people. Or he doesn't even realize how sick he is. So that's what was going on Fay Road, right? Did you have a car then? Did you have a car when you were living on Fay Road? Maybe that's what the ex would say, but that's a whole nother thing that's not good, right? Just obviously his friends from college, they were living with us on Fay Road, right? Just whoa. So anyway, well, those are questions to ask. It's not their problem, but if you ever heard anybody say a word about me out in Quincy, those are the questions to ask. And Karen, that woman Karen, not Michael's mother, who I heard Kerry and Darlene talking. They did not believe anything that she was saying either. So that's 2 women. What's the secret hidden thing about? Is she on drugs? Am I on drugs? Okay, because I left. I just left, and that's how they get me. What did Karen do? Did her and her husband just leave from Georgia? People get it, right? It's just the words out of people's mouths. DCF doesn't do that. So just they go around acting towards you that they don't do that, and that means they're not doing it. Well, I don't think that's an issue around here anymore, but that's one of the issues where you go, yeah, because I guess maybe they know that. Maybe it's the opposite of what I'm talking about. They know that not them. I'm not going to say those 2 women. I'm just saying they know that they're drug addicts. They know that they're doing something that actually would cause DCF to intervene. So I think that that's their premise, that they don't just, right. They felt that DCF did what they were supposed to do, or they know they're doing bad shit and they never had their children taken away. But do you question it now? Why? I know you just go, because sometimes people do have actual issues that they refuse to accept. And then there's people like that go, they seem to really get it when I said about the stay away order to the MBTA, that you just go, no, you're not in a lesson where you learn the government's bad and break all rules. They're literally sick like that. It's gross. Yeah, like it's not something where I'm going, see, that's what they do. Yeah, it's not like that. See, that's what I did, and that's what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm saying. Nope, it's just unfortunately people are that sick. So, right, why couldn't it just be that one train station? Why did it have to be the whole MBTA? With me on the other side of the kill zone. And then it's like this. It's the World Wide Web. Okay. And the cute boy at the library, like, did I mention to her that I had a boyfriend? Okay. I know probably by the second court date, wasn't I talking about that? Okay. Usually, yeah, because when you have a boyfriend, you're like, yeah, my boyfriend, even in a situation like that, because they're asking you personal questions about your life. Of course, your boyfriend comes up and he's homeless too, and he's sleeping at a train station. That's why I was wondering, you go, what was that? But, anyways, they clearly didn't give me a voucher. That's what I was saying about Becca. Like, would they, because she used the word voucher and not Section 8. If they did the same thing to her, I don't know. They may have done that to her, made up a reason it didn't work out, and then offered her a room again. I know, you just go, Jesus, mother of God. She works too. She goes periods of time where she's literally working. I know, because if she works, how did Jen and Holly get put in an apartment in Faxton Park? Weird. I don't want to start thinking about it because I'll start getting mad. Yeah, I'd have to just basically, I got to do my job, but certain topics and stuff I got to veer off of when I start, because it is, you start thinking about it too much, you would go completely insane. You would go mad. That's what I said. You'd start screaming and never stop screaming. So. I already explained it. I feel that they murdered my children, and then sometime around 2020, they made up some excuse to shut off everybody's communications, and then it's kind of like this Brian Buchanan thing, where apparently you just wait out so much time, and then people forget they had children. So obviously, you're not getting forgiven, right? Just waiting for you things to die. You forget you had children, you forget you had a house, you forget you had a fucking fiance, right? You forget you had clothes, you forget you had a fucking income, you forget you had an active fucking SNAP food card. Just, and then what happens? Oh yeah, I gotta check the news. Hopefully that disgusting smell will go away soon. I gotta do a burp. Excuse me. It was bothering me. I think that's got something to do with the walnuts. Yeah. Wasn't I belching yesterday too? Whatever's in the walnuts, it's like more acidy or something. So I think tomorrow is actually supposed to be cold. 36. Yeah, that's going to feel cold. I'll have to close the windows eventually. So I don't think it's able to answer me questions, but today, um, is there a certain like calmness that's feeling kind of a little bit uncomfortable to you? Like additional measles case reported at Florida elementary school as lawmaker urges public. Is that supposed to say healing? Okay. Is there like a uneasy calmness going on within your like how are you feeling biologically and emotionally? I think it's important, again, like I told you for the public, to have an understanding of what uh, these people have been doing to me and maybe others. Okay. Um, Walking and stuff is part of my mental health. And clearly, when I do the videos before my walk and after my walk, and I'm more relaxed, right? And then as soon as I open a tab to check your news, I'm looking at that. It's not even something I search for. It's part of Microsoft start page. So that's part of dementia. Like I said, anything that seems like it's irritating to me. So once you sort of get informed, you're briefed about what's been going on with me. It, it should be noticeable to you the number of times they start talking about Florida. Okay, so that can be upsetting, I'm sure. Just they're talking about Florida again. Oh my fucking god! How do we kill you? Right? They want people to kill them. That's why they're doing it. It's part of dementia. And it's just all you can tell them is you can't kill them through a computer and that they need to take a fentanyl drink. So, right, just all this business about Florida. Okay. It's dementia. Maybe it's presenting if it's different people because you go, how much hurt upon this woman is enough hurt? Like the suffering that's been going on for 13 years. And just everything and anything I do, like 2 days ago with that person, um, that can't be a hallucination. I'm looking right at it. So sometimes you can, at the beginning, think maybe I'm hallucinating or exaggerating. And then it becomes overwhelming, I'm sure, because you yourselves don't know what to do about it. You're not really required, other than if you wanted to, and if you were calm enough to do it, to try to explain to them, there's got to be something wrong with your brain, and that like you're obsessed with Florida because that's where this woman lived and where her children were, and it's just the scratching and the digging and the biting and the spitting at me is I'm sure disturbing to the entire planet. Right, like, I don't know what these people would do if they actually murdered me, like, in death, would they do with themselves? That's a lot of scratching and biting and snarling and spitting at me. And it's been 13 years of it so far. Anything that relaxes me, makes me smile, makes me laugh. So in terms of the income being shut off and then the money actually stolen out of the account, if that has anything to do with greed or skimmers or anything, or if it's just okay, so whoever those folks are, they're still not mentally disabled enough. The immunity has to do with Almighty God transitioning one species into another form of life, and all the other species on Earth surviving that transition. So I'm not an expert on the dinosaur period times that all have names and stuff in terms of uh, I would think it's probably agreed upon that the dinosaurs transitioned into a not like they evolved, they transitioned into another form of life. Okay. After a mass extinction, which I think that your, are they called paleontologists? I think your paleontologists state that they believe there was a sudden event that caused extinction and not it happened like over a long period of time. Like I think that they tell you because of the fossils and stuff that there was a event that happened that caused that. Okay. And that they probably might know or theorize that there was other species, forms of life that didn't extinct. Um, I don't know if every species on the planet changed at that point. Okay. So it's the nature, in my opinion, of the two species and the mimicry. Right. Eh, the fact that there's a species that has a processing brain and it has physical abilities and it has the ability to build machines and weaponry. Okay, unlike dinosaurs or squirrels or geese. Okay, so that species can be very harmful to literally every species on planet Earth if it wanted to be. Okay. So, in order for a species that has a processing brain, is a biological system, to survive, uh, the species that wants to be able to tell itself it's self terminating. Okay. Um, it, there's an immunity over the long term. Okay. Over the long term, not, I don't believe anybody is impervious to ionizing radiation. Okay. Clearly, there's a whole bunch of it at once, and then it begins to decay and break down and still give out ionizing radiation. It still um, is not a good biological agent. Okay, so I know my hair is like, how do I get rid of that? Okay. So over the long term, okay, because if there's an agreed upon zone that's not very big and those people are in a drought, they're going to have to move eventually. Okay, so, right. Once the first stuff, once that stuff is all exploded and down and let loose and stuff, and it's all falling down and begins to break down, then it's safer for the people in the safe zone to be out in it. Okay. Not beforehand. Okay. Like during that time, then it's a long term immunity. Like I would assume no one on this land piece is safe, is not in a safe zone. Okay. So in the safe zone, their ovum is not being nuked. Okay. So say that you were someone like me and unfortunately you were vaccinated. That doesn't mean that you're having your ovum nuked or your lungs burnt out. Like I managed to birth 6 survivable offspring unless you murdered them, but now I'm still here even at 52. Okay, so but for ionizing radiation, right? That's what survival is, the ability to produce survivable offspring. That's surviving. So, right, you can presume that those people, even if they unfortunately got vaccinated and got polycystic kidney disease, for instance, they still can produce survivable offspring, especially if they don't vaccinate them. Okay. So, well, I didn't realize all this at the beginning. And again, clearly the transition plan wasn't followed. Okay. So it is what it is. And people have to have faith in God at that point. It's not anything to really be. Yeah. Yeah, when you reach critical mass, like you're on the Titanic, that's all you can do is have faith in God. Right. Just clearly that's why you were given so many proofs about it. So, if people were wondering if they start, I have no idea about that because some people started a whole global thing about vaccinating people. So clearly God had to put an end to all of that immediately. Just beings so mentally sick that they were going to extinct themselves anyway. Even without trying, they were going to extinct themselves. Everything that they're doing is to extinct, but they don't know it. But they have to be kept away from my species, is what I'm telling you. And they will be kept away from my species. Like, I'm pretty sure in 2011, they were told to immediately get back onto this land piece and away from the people overseas. What's going on out there? Uh-oh. It's not somebody being towed, is it? Well, unless it's someone we want to get to. That looks like a tow truck. What's going on there? What are you noticing? Maybe it's my new car shipment. It looks like they're towing 2 cars. Are they going to give people cars? Is that what they're saying? Are they going to give people cars to get sterilized? I'm not kidding. That wouldn't work. Okay. So, anyways, like I said too, we'll see how it goes because I'm not in charge of things. If a cleared out area, because eventually those people don't want to live there and other people don't care. Right? You just go, Okay, so they're done nuking everybody, and then it's like Washington D.C., where you go, okay, just don't sit on the benches unless people are going to clean them. Get it? Right, because it's like Chernobyl. So you'd have to make sure you have people that are willing to keep bringing you food. That's the big thing. Don't try to just on your own take over a city. That's a very bad idea. You've got to be the government. That's why I told you the government has to allot the housing. If you try to take over a town or a city here, everyone will leave and you'll starve to death. This is Massachusetts. Okay, like there's not, and they have thermonuclear weapons. So if you thought you were taking over a farm or something, they'll just keep nuking you. Yeah, the way things are right now, this is not the middle. This is not the middle of the country either. Like, yeah, this is not. I'm not sure this is a place to bring migrants. And this is the thing is they went over some of this on the news and explained it to us. Apparently, they did think to do that because it's part of the transition plan, and those people didn't even farm any food. Yeah, like it was all a bunch of fraud. And it's like, you literally took my transition plan as an opportunity to defraud the US government. Okay, I can't have sympathy for you. Even say it can't be. It can't be because they caught them making little cedar plants and stuff in those things. A farmer that knows how to farm is doing that. Okay. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure California is a big place they farm, not Massachusetts, but clearly there's farms there, but it's like all seasonal. So I don't know unless they took people from Africa that had no idea how to farm in Massachusetts and it was a disaster. Yeah, just you didn't look up the temperate zones and when to plant and stuff. Just I know. Just how did you take over a farm in Massachusetts? They interviewed them. That's not going to make for friendly relations right there. Oh yeah, just are we all big dummies? Anyways, the morality of it is amazing. So I don't know. There was a tow truck with two cars. You go, one of them actually looks familiar. They didn't come from here, right? I always feel bad for people. I know one of them could have been Cindy's car too, but I don't hear any voices. But you go, like voices talking downstairs, not voices in my head. Yeah, maybe they're saying, yeah, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Give them a car if they get sterilized. Yeah. The other species, they know if they're the other species. Is that really a problem still? Okay. Because why would they take housing in a car if they were my species? You'll figure it out. That doesn't really make any sense. So, that's definitely a better way to house people than like you need to make it more of a deterrent, right? Like they've got to stay in public housing. They've got to stay in a city. Maybe that why they're saying why they didn't want to do nationwide Section 8s or something or statewide Section 8s anymore. There could be some credence to that. If other people are getting angry, um, yeah, just I know. Remember when I was like, we're going to put all the families and houses and stuff, and then I know, and then you go. Eventually, though, then it became to the point where they were laughing at me in that shelter that I'm never going to get housing. Why? Why did I go to the American people with sympathy to put these people in houses because they're in a public housing with children? Why did I do that? Well, yeah, one of them kept having. Did they both keep having kids? Both of Candy's children both They kept having kids. Weren't you given a Section 8 already? You told us that you were having children like that to get a bigger apartment and get a Section 8. You need to stop. Someone actually had a conversation with them and they got mad and they wanted to know people not paying, not minding their own business, minding our own business. This is a transition plan. We were given a Section 8 so you'd stop having kids. Then I guess get back to the apartment and all sleep in the living room. There's people, talk about India. Bring some of those people over here to have a conversation with you about world population problems. People from China with the one child policy, have them come over and go, look, we live in one apartment. We put mats down in an apartment as a family. Like, totally. You just go, really? Just, it's amazeballs to me. Just, I know that it shouldn't be amazeballs to me about that, but you go, why doesn't she even have any children, though? Oh, God. I think, honestly, that part of it is God speaking to them, right? It's not a judgment. It's just, that's why you would do that. That's why you would think to take housing when you know this is going on with me. Maybe not the second daughter, but the first one was in public housing, her and a boyfriend. But they took a Section 8 to a house and then went to another house, right? Okay. They would just do it forevermore. So that's God explaining to them why they can't stay here. Other people don't do that, you know. So they missed the whole thing about the transition plan, and maybe now they're done with all that. So I guess some of them, it's not just them, and I will give them this. I think they're cognitively reduced. Children becomes competitive sport. So that's a lot of boredom. That's why other women go to college, because that's a lot of boredom. Yes. So college, Tupperware trips, learning another language, fashion, exercise, house decorating, all the things. They don't know a lot of married women. So there might have been a mix up about why they do those things, because even puppies, I was made fun of because I had 3 dogs. I was on 4 acres of land. The dogs are this big. I think, honestly, you're just abusive like your mother, and you make fun of everything I do and talk down to me like I'm a child. Not I do that. Not I think I'm better than other people. So a lot of the insults and stuff, I can see the root of it. There was a problem with 3 Jack Russell Terriers this big on 4 acres of land. My children wanted dogs. I had 6 children. The children don't need dogs. I wasn't breeding them. They were all fixed. Yeah, was it? Like, was Jeannie told that she probably shouldn't have that many dogs? That's a person they know that was literally breeding dogs. Was she told she had too many? Then you know that it's just cattery. Right. Because Candy and Norm started to try to breed dogs. That's having too many dogs, especially when you don't pick up dog poop and pee and they're urinating and defecating all over your house. That's too many dogs. That could be 1 dog, depending on the person. My dogs peed and pooped outside. That was one of the chores that Al had to do. He had to go rake the stuff every once in a while out of that thing. Anyways, there was probably a slight sense of fury, I think, between him and his girlfriend when they realized I could literally stay in that house by myself. Yeah, I think that they told themselves a whole bunch of stuff too. You go, just because you're married and the dude that you're married to will dig and plant a shrub and will scrub a pool and vacuum it and shovel out dog poop doesn't mean I can't do it. Anyways, you would think, but nope, he was still obese like that. I know you go, that's not really a lot of physical labor. I've scrubbed and vacuumed that pool too. It's really not a lot of physical labor. And we had a tractor. You just ride a tractor around. I was doing it too, right? Maybe the raking, but that's not enough raking apparently, right? Just I think I think some of the other children, but I'm the one who likes swimming. Yeah, that was my baby. Where other people just jump in a pool a couple times and sit in it. I like to swim laps. So I'm really huge swimmer, even from a little kid. Just, anyways, like they've got to be like it, drag me out of a lake and stuff like Walden Pond. So, anyways, I'm sure. I'm sure there's probably athletes that go on a cruise ship and dance, and that I know they'd probably be like, if we could actually talk to you, we'd be like, this is fucking crazy, man. Like, so there was a problem that she went to a dance club. Oh my fucking god! And then you see the person saying the stuff. I know you go, who's taking it to the thing? Oh, you were taking her there. Okay, and then she's bad because she's there. And then you're having a baby, and the baby you have to pump because you've got to go out. The baby's not even a year old, and you've got to go out to a dance club. Was she doing that? Oh no, she wasn't doing that. Oh, okay. She literally never left her house when she was breastfeeding. Oh, okay. Now the truth comes out. Okay. You people are a bunch of vicious fucking cats. Yeah, you are. Okay. It's been a long 13 years with Almighty God counseling me. Uh, I think, I don't know, how many times did she come to visit? And then him and I went to a film. Twice, maybe? I'm not kidding you. And the second that I stepped out to do anything, that's what I had to listen to. Not from strangers, people that are supposed to be quote unquote your family, and people wonder why I have nothing to do with them. I mean, come on. It's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, just it's not normal. Nope, and it is what it is. It's just completely not normal, just horrifying, vicious envy. But this is a thing in life too, and I explained it about why that ever began happening where they were living together. Right. That's why I didn't live with her. That's why I didn't get a mortgage on her house and live with her. I live 1,200 miles away for a reason. That's the difference. Like, honestly, I wasn't even doing that, and I would have been the one person in the family that could from Florida. It's part of recovery. But friends, right? That's why when I'm forced to a homeless shelter around a population, that doesn't mean those people I would pick as social friends. I don't talk about my friends. No, it's kind of like it, when you have time to ruminate something and then you go, yeah, you realize it's not a person that you like. You don't like their company and stuff. Like I told you, I was a little bit disappointed with what happened with Patrick, unless something happened to him, or he's losing his mind and forgot that he was supposed to meet me at the shelter that night. Yeah, just people that completely bail on me. It's a little bit tiresome. I know you just saw. It's not like I got to do him a favor, but I felt like I was doing him a favor because he said he didn't feel comfortable in the shelter, and I had one of those appointments the next day. So I was like, all right, I'll come and spend the night at the shelter then. And I could see that it looked like something was going on with his arm. I had a concern. And like I told you, when I went into the shelter that night, I go, I can see why he doesn't like it in here. This is fucking crazy. Who are these people? I told you about it. All of a sudden, there was that aggressive black guy and then a whole bunch of black people. There's no black people there. They get immediate housing. They're probably not even homeless. It's just a thing they started doing at that shelter. You go, wasn't I forced to sit in a chair because you're trying to say I'm not homeless? There's no way in hell these people are homeless. Get real. How did Alyssa Colby get a Section 8? There's no way in hell these people are homeless. Who are these people? Okay, it got way out of control with weirdos just showing up at a homeless shelter. So that's probably what Patrick meant. And you could tell that Lester and that John guy with the hat were like, those people are stuck there because, yes, Lester has an income, but he has cognitive issues. I don't know what goes on with the guy with the red cap in terms of his finances. Some of those people are stuck there. And someone like Melissa isn't comfortable to come out to a dining room now because of these people. Shameful. I explained it. I was sitting at a table and he came and sat next to me and leaned over and goes, "You don't mind if I sit behind you, do you?" So, of course, I got up and left because that's why he did it. And then a few minutes later, the black females come from another room and sit down, and they're all loud. They're super loud. And then the volume of their loudness got more and more. They were doing it on purpose. They all do the same shit so that somebody would say something to them, and nobody would. I ended up leaving, and I don't know if that's why, and I told you why there was people missing from the shelter. Because clearly after I talked to Patrick, a whole night went by. So something might have happened the night before and he was fucking kicked out. I don't think he has a phone. And he certainly didn't have my phone number to like contact me and explain it to me. But yeah, if something like that happened, then yeah, you just go, what the fuck, man? Because they won't stop trying to attack people and cause a war. And I know for a fact they do it on purpose because they brought that Pat person into the dorm in 2021 who came over to my bed and tapped me on my fucking shoulder. Yeah. So anyways, they bring these aggressive people in on purpose to get rid of you, just like the room. So clearly God's killing them all. So it's not something you have to worry about. But yeah, when you're talking about it, of course you're angry, but God's clearly killing them and they're not rebirthing here. Oh, great. What's that? 2 bumps. Is that from radiation? I suppose you can just get a little bit of a rash. Yeah, because I've been wearing that black thing all the way up like this. That's probably why. I hung it over there. Who knows? Sometimes there's like dust mites and stuff. I don't know if you know that. Yeah. When you wear clothes more than once, I think you're more prone to it. No, they go away when you wash the stuff. This happened to me a couple times in Florida. Like, I used to wear my jeans, like, I want to wear them more than once, so I'd put them back in the hanger. And then I didn't even put them on the floor, and then I put them on and go, like it was clearly dust mites or something, because I'm like, what the hell? They can live in the seams and stuff too, like body lice, I'm sure. God, with everything that's going on, who knows? Maybe dust mites are going to come attack us. Attack of the dust mites. Now I'm going to start feeling like I'm itchy everywhere because I said that. But no, I could feel that there's two bumps there. Thank God I feel better. It's got to be, that's got to be from the thermonuclear weapons, man. Yeah, that was like, this morning was difficult. So, she's been, yeah, like I feel really relaxed in terms of that because she's been up in the wheelchair and stuff. So it gets scary when she's laying in the bed for like 2 or 3 days in a row. You go, you got to get up. Like, yeah, like it takes a little bit. It doesn't take that long to die, Barbara. Right. And I'm pretty sure it goes house in Florida, house in Maine, house in Maine, house in Florida at your age. Yeah. So I would expect that. Maybe that's what Cindy told him. I would expect that from her. I mean, clearly someone can have a cardiac arrest, but you would expect that she'd just become altered like that and she'd be non-responsive, just like the dude with the liver failure. So, and then they do that weird breathing. Yeah. So I think you'd know. Not that weird whimpering. Yeah. And the crying. Yeah. And the yelling at a television. Like you're MMing. Yeah, like you're having a meditation. Oh God, yeah. I was like trying not to get into my personals again because I know there's a microphone on that phone. And I literally don't want to talk about anything that's personal to me, my personal life. But I was joking about I sometimes I think it's funny when I sort of like joke about previouses and reminding people I'm not your species. So the whole thing about gender and stuff is different in my opinion. And yeah, like it, even the whole concept of men and women and males and females, I think is different. But like, I'm not always a woman, but I'm a woman right now, right? And just the whole concept of a woman who has her balls inside of her body and has a very small penis, where a man has a bigger clitoris and his ovaries are on the outside of his body. It literally is that. So, anyways, just the whole concept of a lot of it, like that dude was saying and stuff. It's like that's not my thing either, dude. Just as an FYI. But I mean, really, that's gross, even for your species. You're being really mean. You don't understand your own species, but yet maybe you do. I don't think that smell is coming from a female. I think it's coming from another male. I gotta say, I mean, I don't need to be experimenting on, yeah, just, I think that smell's coming from rotten semen. So, anyways, um, I don't want anything to do with that business either, but I mean, to be nasty and stuff like that, obviously, then it's just not your thing and leave it alone. Geez, Louise. I know you got to degrade females. I know that's why people like me don't get upset about dudes are gay. You just go, yeah, yeah, me too. I would be. Ew, yeah, I would be. Yeah, nothing to do with that. Just, and then I can know. Nope. I got nothing to do with that. Yeah, just no. But if I wasn't so mad, was I saying this on the walk? I don't think I was saying it this morning. If I wasn't so mad, it would be funny to me to just go, can you just tell me what you like, what you would have done? Because it's humorous to me. That's why it's like you want to say something because it's funny, but you don't want to reveal too much about yourself. It's like, I don't even do that. Yeah. So I'm all set with that. That's not like a basic sex act I have any interest in. Yeah, I don't even do that. Like, there's no way that that's gonna do anything for me because I don't even do that. But thanks. I'm that penis oriented. Just probably, maybe we'll get a story about that from females. I don't want a man to make one that's made up. You just go only if it's true. Where a bunch of females go, yeah. I mean, we've been trying to explain this to men for years. Just no, I'm all set with that, man. That's just going to lead to frustration. Yeah, that's anyways. Probably some females like Judy Garland, because I had to hear a whole earful from her. I went over some of this at the beginning. We would just be single. We don't need a person for that. Yeah. I think sometimes men, they actually do. They actually do. They need a person for that. But unless it's just a different species thing, we don't need another person for that. That's why I'm going out with you. I'm all set with that. Yeah. I don't violate courting and potentially expose myself to STDs and personal emotional hurts. Um, and some dude running around now telling people about my private parts, which are pristine, by the way. Not there's something freakish about them. It's just you anything that you tell people, they know that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you've never been in there. As you claimed you were gonna get in there. See how you didn't? So you don't know everything. Remember that? I am getting in there. I remember at the time I was like, I don't know, dude. I'm not sure you're getting in there. It's a phone with a microphone, by the way. I am getting in there. He said it more than once. And I'm just like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not sure you are. Yeah, this is courting. I'm not sure you are. I mean, are you going to stop doing this? Why are we even hanging out in Quincy Center? I'm not sure you are because if this is what your life is, I'm not sure you are. I have a whole screening process, which so far, right now, at that moment, is undetermined. Just a little bit of misunderstanding why women even go out into the dating field, probably. Just seriously? No. Yep. Pants on the ground is not what you think it is, obviously. Anyways. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. Only I could come up with that, right? And then it's got to be destroyed, lounge lizards. It's got to be destroyed by a literal lizard. I know you just go, seriously? I wasted good humor and stuff on that. Now, I know I can never have pants on the ground, I guess. I mean, I don't know at this rate. That's probably not in my future anyway, but for this cycle, anyways. But you go, I can never have actual pants on the ground now. You've ruined that for me. I'm going to sing Pants on the Ground at a wedding. No, I would, the tune to be like, you are not singing that. We'll come up with 14 other songs. We're not doing Pants on the Ground. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. But that's good for everybody. That's what I'm saying. Like you had to interject sourness into my courting program. And then what's his name? Freddie and Sarah are spending nights outside. They're probably testing out pants on the ground. He generates body heat. Brian Buchanan does not generate body heat. I probably do, but he doesn't. That was it. It's not miserable because of him, but that was a miserable night, man. That was a miserable night. And you know, the only thing he probably, if he even remembered it, what he remembers about it is that he woke up probably going, why am I outside? And then started vomiting. Because he was pretty intoxicated when I rescued him from that Greg Ryan guy that day. It's like, that's part of Almighty. Just that dude had a bottle of liquor like this big. He wasn't going to stop until he put that dude in a grave. Like, just, what the hell is this? Part of, I'm sure, why everyone looked completely freaked out is because the way those two people were acting. You just go, this is nothing. They were probably like, who are you? We just spent months with you at a shelter and at this library. We don't even know who you are. Clearly, that's why he left Boston, because of that stuff. And whatever that thing is must have followed him here from fucking Boston. I said that. To me, it seemed like he stayed in Quincy because he was trying to use less. He was probably one of those people down at Tentatops just about to die from overdosing. And then that Dregs of Society, I guess Paul guy, hooked that he hooked that Greg Ryan guy up with Brian. Yeah, he did. Because the Greg Ryan guy told me himself. I don't know where that Paul guy is meeting these things, but he introduced him to Brian. He basically sent him to Brian to kill him. Because Chris told me that Paul was paying him to beat people up. He's completely criminally deranged, that person. So, yeah, that's a person who definitely need to go to your facility you opened up to get a thing in his arm. Because whoever these family members are that he claims he has family in Concord, okay, look, if you're not going to pick him up, we are sending him to this facility. Okay, because he has full-blown dementia and he's a danger to the public. He can't be given his own housing and he can't be kept in a shelter. We don't have the facilities to lock him up 24 hours a day and feed and water him. It's not plausible with the amount of people that are ill. So I'm sure that's the conversation with a lot of these people. Right. It's just, there is just not the medical people have the brain plague too, and they're medically ill too, but they have cancer and stuff too. And they have family members that are sick they have to care for. They have to go on medical leave because they're sick themselves. Like a family member is sick. They don't have time to be doing that. I know some people go, what is this? There's only so many ways you can be told you're having a pandemic. Even though some people thought that was a joke. It's not a pandemic. It's a pandemic of a brain plague on the whole planet. Okay. So plagues happen. You have the Black Plague, the Black Death. Okay. So you have people that have been putting pork in things because they didn't realize it made people sick. Okay. So it's in the Holy Bible. It's like when they started eating calves' brains and spinal cord and stuff. That's why God says don't do it. Okay, so that's the simplest of terms. I don't believe they did that intentionally. The mercury, possibly. It's possible that they did the mercury thing on purpose. Okay, it's just people get sick. And they thought that they were going to make their children smarter. I do, and it's like a dominance. Like they dominated everybody's kid by putting mercury in their head. That I do think they did purposely. Once they realized it was doing that, that was before 2011. Once they had congressional hearings and everything about it. So once they realized it was they were doing that, yeah, they did it on purpose. Okay, so the stuff with the pork, I don't think they knew about. So they probably eat pork themselves. They probably do lumbar punctures. I don't think they knew that either. God isn't kidding when he says, do not pierce the skin. He's not kidding about that. And the tattoos. He wasn't kidding about do not tattoo the skin. It's not a moral judgment, it's about sicknesses. He wasn't kidding about don't touch or consume pork. It's unclean to you. He wasn't kidding. He wasn't kidding when he said to cook the meat all the way through. He wasn't kidding when he said throw the fat in the fire. He wasn't kidding when he said don't eat the entails, right? Don't eat the internal organs, don't eat brain, don't eat spinal cord. He wasn't kidding. It doesn't mean he's mad at you. It just means you could get sick. He wasn't kidding when he said don't eat shellfish. Okay, so in the current thing right now, adults definitely, if that's what food is available, maybe let the children have food that's not going to sicken them. So some people have been doing that, and probably to their own detriment, when I'm not sure that was needed. But it doesn't mean that they're dumb or anything. It's just when I was in that room, I said that to the woman at the food pantry out there, you don't get to shop. They ask you foods and stuff. And I said something about having dietary restrictions. I go, but it depends on the availability. Some things, when you have a witness, you can't lie about. It depends on the availability. Like if all you have is canned food, then there's a shortage of produce and stuff, I would give that to people that have children. I mean, and then here we are again with the SNAP food card not loading. I know, just it's all good. It doesn't matter. I know you just go. It's not a pretend thing. That's what I'm telling you. I meant it at the time. So they didn't even let me stay in the room. I know, just Almighty goes, you're not staying here because everyone's being killed here. But eventually I'll be killed too. But maybe the thought process was that there's no way this woman is staying here. Just someone might have been like, these people are gutter trash. This woman is not staying out here. Like, this is clearly like even if they didn't know it was a kill zone, they're probably like, this is insane. This person is not staying in this population. To be completely preyed upon by these people that think she's retarded and dumb because they're so amoral. I could see that because they hear things that other people are saying too. Like people like Brian. Yeah, that's why I said just that was a defining moment about the Facebook posts. And you would go, you don't have to be embarrassed about it, but are those your friends? Okay. And then, okay, so those people, like, you're going to stay friends with them too, just like Donnie and Chris and Derek and Jeremy and Colleen and Michael and Nate. Okay, we're not going to be together then. That is... Those are some really low to the ground individuals, for sure. Oh, by the way, this came up on the jog walks. I don't want to keep. It's not like hammering away at Colleen and Michael. It's kind of like a topic because I don't know them that well. But they fought like that in 2019. I mean, you just go, how are you still married? They must get married and then they think they're elitist or something. Yeah, you just go, how are you actually still married? You don't even like each other. Okay. They've got to have a lot of problems, those two people, but that's their business. No, Alfred and I never fought. That's why when it got to the point of that, he was told to leave the house. Yeah, you don't even though it was a weird marriage. I'm not Nicole. No, like there isn't even like we're having an argument, and then because of his upbringing, you have arguments right in front of your children. You've got to leave. You got to move out. Right, you got to move out. I mean, he would have been at the point where he's going to introduce children to his girlfriend while he's still living in a house with me, like we're husband and wife. I am not raising my children like this. Not you look at me like I'm some sort of gutter trash and you did me a favor by marrying me. I'm not living like this. I don't fight and stuff and around children. Yeah, obviously we never had fights and arguments and stuff. That's crazy. Brian Buchanan. That's why it went on as long as it was, because we weren't having fights and arguments. It was like a misunderstanding about him and me and his plans for himself. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely just. Yeah, because clearly when you leave a hospital, it's going to be nothing but a fight. That's why I left Quincy the other times, and then you come back and go, he's still doing the same fucking shit. After that thing in front of Hancock Liquor? No, I don't know. That's why you go, he must have been involved in a toxic, because why even go back out with me after that? Because you were ever planning on stop using? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the whole thing is weird, but life is weird. You would think that would have been the moment where he'd never have anything to do with me again. Because of calling him a piece of shit. I called him a pile of shit. I flipped out over what happened with that 20-year-old and Greg Ryan and buying alcohol for a fucking 20-year-old. And it seemed again like he was trying to do another grift on me. I know what those things are. They were all hanging out together. Right, because the dude goes, oh, he wasn't back there. His comforter was there. Why are you coming up here talking like that? Like I'm not even sitting here. I'm not a mock, fucking retarded animal. I know what a grift is, and you're not doing a fucking grift on me. Just like your thing about library fees. And Chris you owe Chris $5. I know you go, really? Oh yeah, every single one of them. Just all of that stuff about let's go make some money. I guess you're gonna go make some money. Bye. And I fucking he said they were going to make money. Okay, see you later. I'll be at the library. Just never in a day did he ever follow me any of the times I left. Like that day when he didn't follow me down the street when I flipped out. Yeah. So if you're ever in a thing like that, you would need a friend who goes, what's going on? And then they'd go, don't you dare fucking walk back there. He didn't get off the thing and follow you. No, he clearly doesn't even like you. Whatever's going on with him, it's not that. I knew that at the time too. That's why I said it. Didn't I say it when I got back here? He didn't even get up and follow me. I know you go, whoa. At first you think you're training them, but you go, you left a hospital? Never to contact me again. And like I said, he was slamming the fucking phone down before I was even done talking. Yeah, like it seemed like demented bunch of words that he knew was going to make me do that. It's like, that's what you were doing? Oh my God, just. I know you go, I'm sure. That would be something that would anger me, but I don't need to know about it. Just whatever the verbiage was, like Jeremy was saying, because of the condition he was in, and people were like harassing me, making me feel bad that I needed to take him to a hospital and help him. Okay, so you're out of a hospital in less than 24 hours. And because I would assume the verbiage was like when they do anything else, because they're so fucking gross and sad. Like when they do anything else, oh my God. Like he'll go right back to the house where Colleen and fucking Michael and Nate and whoever he's fucking live. Oh my God. Like, yeah, I went to Quincy. I made the mistake of going to Quincy, and then that Mary chick. That's exactly how we talk. Not I'm his fucking fiance. That Mary chick, and then I ended up getting stuck in fucking Plymouth. And the next thing I know, I had to literally agree to get dropped off at a hospital to get the fuck away from her. That's probably exactly how he was talking. And people are probably just looking at him like, oh my God, dude. There's no way that shit on his face went away in less than 24 hours. Right, just like, whoa, okay. Why didn't you just break up with her? Like, I don't really think she kidnaps fucking dudes. Want to see the leggings again? I know, it's offensive, isn't it? That's why I said, I was like, I did exactly what you got to do, because maybe it's always going to be probably a dude, right? Because there's probably women that have beat the fuck out of a dude, but you never hear about it. Okay. Someone like Candy would, because Norm is so small compared to her. If they ever got anything like that, she would fucking slam him to the ground. Yeah, so I'm sure it happens with females too, but you go, um, is that how it happens? And then all of a sudden you go, I just, I knew I was fucking pissed, but like all of a sudden I just started fucking hitting her. Maybe. You have to know to get the fuck away from people. It's not, it doesn't register in your brain. It's probably God going, you got to get away from him. Yeah, like you're gonna end up just flipping out and fucking hitting him. Because he just keeps on saying fucked up shit. Like he's got that disease, like Paul with the DOG. Whether it doesn't even matter anymore if he means it or not. He didn't even apologize for what the fuck happened. And 8 months have gone by. So I'd say it's not just dementia. He may have dementia, but he's a fucking prick. Like, honest to God, any of the times I showed up back there, he never apologized for any of it. Right. So, anyways, um, yeah, that's seriously fucking heartless doing that. Seriously. And I played the whole fucking planet, the voicemails. I played the whole fucking planet, the voicemails, and you go, fuck no hospital staff, you're fucking heartless. Anybody that knows anything that would have relieved any of my suffering, you just go, this is fucking awe-inspiring. Can you see me on YouTube? Oh my God. I knew that they could, at least for that part of it. Oh yeah, you just go, what the fuck? How would she possibly not know if this guy is living or not? Oh my God, you people are fucking gross. That's why I said in what, September, August, September, um, October, November, December. It's a win-win for me. I can't look bad. This makes you look bad. I can't look bad. Nope. I can't look bad. But anyways, They probably still talk like that when they're sort of like that. It's not untrue. You want it to be untrue, but it's not. You just can't believe a person is that much of a fucking scumbag. You can't believe it. You go, why didn't you just, and this is probably the truth, why didn't you just leave at South Station? When you said you were going to smoke, why didn't you just fucking dart off then? Didn't you end up at the same fucking place? Yeah, you did. You ended up at the same fucking place. Why didn't you just fucking leave that day? Because you wanted a pack of cigarettes, right? Right. And that's probably his whole, every day of his life is that. He literally came back because he then got me to buy him a fucking pack of cigarettes. And then, oh yeah. And then he got Cindy to stop at a fucking package store and buy him fucking liquor. That's all he does every day. Oh yeah, no. He probably knew she's gonna try to get me to go to a detox. Who the fuck cares? Every day of his life is probably that. You can touch my dick for 2 seconds and then, oh yeah, every day of his fucking life. And then the next day, she got him to go to a fucking package store again, and I flipped the fuck out. And then, okay, and remember, oh, you can buy me some benzos. When he realizes he's not gonna, he got something at Sturdy Hospital, and then at that point he was probably like, I have to forge a plot plan to get the fuck away from her. That's probably all he was doing at that point. Someone knows, because the night that he was at the house with Colleen and Michael and Nate, whatever the verbiage and shit coming out of his mouth, right, he was probably talking fucking ragtime about whoever. He was probably fucking someone there. I'm sure it wasn't just Colleen, Michael, and Nate. I'm sure there was other people there. Right. Or he was fucking Colleen or Nate. And you go, whatever the verbiage coming out, I don't think he cares. Right. He doesn't have to care, because he just goes fucking person to person. It's like disgusting. So anyways, he probably at that second in Attleboro went, like, the wheels are spinning in his fucking head because he's so used to doing this. And he probably went, let me call Faulkner Hospital again. And then he knew, he just went right the fuck in there. And then obviously I'm not spending the night. He didn't even think I was going to be able to go in with them. He didn't even think he was going to have visitors. I know you would think with the phone calls, but they don't fucking care. He's high as a kite at that fucking time. He wants a change of fucking clothes because the hospital won't give him his fucking clothes back, or they're all wet. It's probably because his clothes were fucking wet because we walked in the rain. Okay. And he's supposed to be in a 5-day fucking detox. And so apparently he convinced them to put his fucking clothes on and leave. Or he called another person that came and gave him clothes and he fucking left. He's a complete fucking scumbag. I should have asked Jeremy what the fuck he was wearing, because I was wondering if he showed up in Quincy Center in fucking scrubs like Martin did. But anyways, I know you go, you left fucking 3 voice messages on my fucking phone. He doesn't care. You just go, holy fucking shit, dude. You're a complete fucking sociopath. But anyway, I'm sure the wheels were spinning in his head. And then he's like, all right, good, she's gone. And then as soon as they wouldn't give him fucking benzos anymore, he left. He thought he was going to sit there on a benzo fucking IV or whatever they do by mouth. He thought he was going to do that for 5 fucking days. He probably wouldn't even want to do that for 5 days. Yeah, he wouldn't want to do that for 5 days because he wants to smoke cigarettes and smoke crack cocaine and drink alcohol. He doesn't want to be detoxed. Just holy shit. Whatever it is you're going to do, but don't go telling people I fucking kidnapped you. I didn't fucking kidnap you or shit. I'm sure that was probably evident by the fucking phone call. Just stop talking. Did you leave the hospital? After screaming, where are you? As soon as I answer, hello, hi, Mary, it's Brian. Where are you? Because he immediately started crazy shit going on. Where are you? Like 3 times. Headed to Quincy Center. Did you leave the hospital? Yeah. And is that when he said, Paul, never fucking contact me again. I want absolutely nothing to do with you. And right as I'm saying that, boom, the phone fucking slams down. Yeah, I'm sure. Because he wasn't even planning on fucking talking to me again. Oh yeah, just what the fuck? I don't know. Probably, but I can't care. Like, I'm sure there's a person on earth that actually thinks that thing ever cared about it. It's not possible, in my opinion, but when you're not sort of objective, it doesn't matter. But as like a psychiatrist, it's, to me, that's not possible. I know, you just go, how could anybody ever believe anything that comes out of your mouth again? Yeah, that's. Anyways, well, if you meet a person in recovery and they have years of sobriety or something, you just go, have you ever, yeah, no, I've never done that, but I definitely wasn't a drug user, but, no, I've never done, I mean, I haven't even done this, but it's a little bit different than taking someone's phone number and never calling them. Yeah, you go, that was 6 weeks. It was 6 weeks. I mean, multiple phone messages. It's like documented. That is. And then you just cut out like that and you go, okay, so just so the planet knows, anybody that gets involved with you, it's just a casual encounter for sure, because that's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, that is. Anyway, some people don't realize that they're sick like that, and everything that they do is made up. Every emotion they have is made up until someone explains it to them. None of your actions make any sense. You're so used to lying about everything and probably putting on a show for other people and shit. None of your actions make any sense. Yeah, I could. That would be fun. Go through the whole thing about how it's different. You probably would have offered to walk with me to Wollaston, whatever it was you needed to do there. Okay. Like how Jeremy and Derek took me right down the Ave. I was supposed to probably hang out with them all night long. So even just partying with other people, this dude doesn't even understand. Does he do that when he's partying with people? He's probably antisocial. Probably has antisocial personality disorder. Yeah. So anyway, that could be why he's so much of a drug and alcohol user, because that's the only way he can talk to anybody and socialize at all. But then he gets tired of being around them and shit because he's like all fucked up, probably. Like he said. Yeah, I mean, that's not even normal for partying. We go, yeah, okay. Like, you just, you go down there. And then Jeremy wanted to hang out with me again. And I was like, I can't keep drinking, I guess. And I knew, like, I'm definitely not getting Xanax. Yeah, no, I'm not getting Xanax. Sometimes people say stupid shit when they're drinking. But I know you just go, it was that easy. I would have had a boyfriend. You just go, whoa, you got to stop that, man. It's that easy. It's because of your addiction, obviously. Yeah, you just go, the second I said I could get Xanax, all of a sudden that's going to be my boyfriend. You got to stop doing that. It's scary. So anyways, yeah, that's not even normal for partying, in my opinion. Just dotting off and shit like that. You just go, I guess I did it, but I actually didn't, because I told Derek I was leaving. Yeah. And that was like a long time where Jeremy was doing stuff. It's like, yeah, I don't get mad at stuff like that. That's generally why I like to hang out with dudes. But sometimes females get mad at stuff that men don't. So anyways, and I saw them again and explained it. What? I was like, I talked to you, right? Okay. Anyways, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could see Brian talking to Colleen and Michael like that about me, and you just go, I don't think they would fucking care, even though they're supposedly married. People belittle everything because that's how people are. Where you go, they don't care. Probably like wicked psychotic drug users. You just go, we that can't possibly be true, dude. But whatever. Like obviously, we're all fucking sociopaths. We're all drug addicts. Yeah, like that can't possibly be true what you're saying. So whatever. Yeah. Anyways, the first day, yeah, he would have been like, he would have admitted that he was a drug addict and shit. He wasn't. He all he was talking about was alcoholism. He never was saying anything about drugs until the third day, when he couldn't get money from me anymore. That's when God forced him to present me. I did it all these drugs he uses. So, anyways, the first 2 days he was not doing that. He was kept saying stuff about being an alcoholic, and it was he was like so fucking dramatic too. Like, I'm not gonna choose alcohol over you. Like he's a total fucking nutter. He's one of those. They come on way too strong at the beginning, and they never have any emotional attachment to you at all. Yeah, like that is what they do, and they will do that long enough for you to begin to develop feelings for them, and then all of a sudden they stop being abusive and fucking wackos because they don't really want to be with you. Like yeah, like they're fucked up. Those people that do that shit, they're fucked up. They like challenges, and they don't. It grosses them out when the person actually likes them and shit. They like people that are hard to get, all of that business. So the first day he would have just admitted that he has a fucking drug problem, and then he's like, "Yeah, I gotta go down the thing." He might have even said, "I gotta go," like because Jerry, as a friend, would go, "I gotta go do my bad stuff business." Okay, I'll see you later. Uh, Dave, who was living in the woods, that he was smoking crack cocaine. Then okay, I gotta go off and do my thing, smash. Yeah, same thing when Alex is like, "We're gonna go. I don't know if you partake in that." And then he goes, "Well, you can go with us." And then I didn't go. Yeah, that's that. I know this is someone who's supposedly hot for you. You don't let a person like me just wander the fuck off. That's insane. Yeah, that you have no interest in going out with me. You would be excited about going out with me, and you'd go, all right, well, I have to go and get drugs. So I really prefer that you're not doing that with me, but I'll be back in like this amount of time, or I'll be back tonight because I was still at the shelter. He wasn't even like, are you going to be at the shelter tonight? None of that. You go, why would you leave it? Yeah, like he literally just decided to fucking use me for money, and he wouldn't like just stop doing it. He wouldn't just figure out how to stop fucking going out with me. Like he gets caught up in something and does no, and then he's got to concoct and fashion all that business. That's fucking crazy. Just break up with the person. Yeah. So anyway, $20. He spent maybe an hour with me, and then he took off. Then the next day, $10. The same thing. We're in the library. And then he's like, oh, he's pretending like he wants to sit in the library. He's wicked fucking jittery that day, too. The first 3 days, he was like that. So we're going to sit in the library, and then he's going to read a book or something. And then all of a sudden, he goes, okay, yeah, I got to go. Okay. Like, I think he probably said, I'll see you tomorrow or something. Oh, yeah. And then the next day is when he showed up with Paul. I could hear them come in the library, and I could hear Paul's voice talk. And I didn't hear Brian. I heard Paul talking and going, oh, yeah, your girlfriend. And then Brian comes up, and that's when he goes, and he has a fucking black jacket on, just like the one I wore today. You go, I don't understand this. You don't even fucking like me. Why are you still wearing matching clothes? And he goes, you got to help me stay away from Paul today because he's crazy. I don't think Paul's the only person that's crazy. I think you're both mentally ill. And you clearly shouldn't be around each other, but you won't stop being around each other. That's why as soon as I hear Paul, never fucking talk to me again. Probably anybody that knows the guy. I don't want to hear another word about this guy fucking Paul. I just went out of my way to drag your ass the fuck away from him and Quincy Center, and you died off from a fucking hospital absolutely cold-hearted to me, and you're with him? Never fucking talk to me again. I mean, really? That's called fucking crazy, Brian. Not clearly he's crazy and you're fucking crazy. Leave me the fuck alone now. So anyway, then he follows us around the corner because why are we that close to the library if we're trying to get the fuck away from him anyway? But I didn't realize he would literally follow us from the fucking library over behind around the corner from Hancock Liquor. I didn't realize he would fucking do that. He is clearly a fucking nutter. And then it's just blah, 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 20 minutes about himself. Okay. I don't fucking care. And then, oh yeah, he had asked me about the movies. It was that fucking day we were supposed to go to the movies. And then it's, okay, well, let's go make some money. And he says, okay, I got to go make some money. Okay, so I'll see you later. He never fucking comes back. Yep, he never comes back. I'm there till I check into the fucking shelter, which you can't even get into the shelter till 4:30. And so I just decide I'm going to leave that night. And that's what I did. I took my 3 nights, right? No, I just left. That's the night I left. I called him and I was like, yeah, I'm ready to fucking go. This is fucking stupid, man. And then I was gone for like a week. Yeah, I was gone for like a week or a week and a half. I went out there to change my address at Social Security in the DTA office. That was the next time I saw him. But so yeah, obviously that can't make any sense. That is a person completely fucking using you for money. And the second you don't give him a fucking penny, he leaves. He doesn't spend any time with you at all. None. Right? You just go, that's fucking crazy. And then when I just take off from Quincy, there's people at the shelter that have my phone number. He doesn't do any fucking phone calls to me then. So I don't know what changed or happened when I walked back out there. Yeah, like because after that, he was calling me and stuff. And then you go, why didn't you call when I left on May 17th? Because you never should have started fucking talking to me again. That's why. So anyways, that's just the stone cold facts. And then it just got more and more fucking insane after that. Yeah, just like Freddie and Sarah. He sleeps in a fucking shelter with her. Nobody likes the fucking shelter. Nobody likes the fucking shelter. But when you're interested in someone, you don't fucking take off and then, okay, so you had to get high. Why didn't you just go into the fucking shelter? Patrick was showing up at the fucking shelter. I never saw Patrick come in that shelter before. I know you just go, dude, listen to the fucking signs. Maybe he might have been actually within himself trying to justify what the fuck he did. He didn't even want to maybe accept that he just fucking used me for $30. I know you just go, she just got that income and you took fucking $30 from her? Pile of shit. Especially when that Greg Ryan guy came up and was completely fronting your drugs and alcohol, and you still kept fucking talking to me. No, you just go, whoa, really? But you wouldn't fucking get rid of him now, would you? Yeah, it could have been something like that. Like, How low is this gonna fucking go, bro? Some people might have been talking to him like that. You are still fucking telling that woman that you're going out with her and you're gonna marry her? Well, I think some of it is because I never attempted to go out with a drug addict before that I knew was a drug addict. I know what they do, and I think I kind of didn't think I would be like attached that fast or something. Like, yeah, because of the way that Gross Jim Morrison was, I completely did not know he was using drugs. That happened to me with my high school boyfriend too. Yeah, like because I literally believe people when they tell me something. Yeah, I don't know if I want to live my life where you're questioning stuff. So it's probably better off to stay away from people that lie with utter abandon, and you have to keep questioning them and go, really, Brian, and ask them something 4 times. It's probably not a good practice. Yeah. You really want to have, that's why I said at the beginning, honesty is the most important thing. And clearly that there couldn't have been honesty going on there. Yeah. There couldn't have been. And it's weird too, because the stuff that he told me about himself, you would think he was being totally honest, but there's no way he was. I know you just go, how about yeah, how about if a person doesn't have to go, you forgot that you told me that you use benzos? Okay. Or smoke meth or something? You forgot you told me that you smoke meth? Oh, I'll take a couple of hits on a crack pipe. That means they're complete fucking crack cocaine addicts. Just know that. I remember hearing about crack cocaine like 30 years ago. So probably anybody that uses it will go, no one does that. There's no such thing when it comes to crack cocaine. That's probably what they'll tell you. Like a person either used it once and never used it again, or they're a fucking complete crack addict. Probably. Where's Alex? Alex would know Ian Jerry. Oh, I'll take a couple of hits on a crack pipe. That means they're a fucking crackhead. Just know that. Yeah. I love benzos. I'll smoke a little bit of meth. Really? You'll smoke a little bit of meth? Yeah. Just, oh my fucking God. It to me, it's scary. I can't imagine doing all that stuff to your body and not being afraid that you're just gonna die every second of the fucking day. It's crazy. I don't like the stimulants. I don't want to be altered uh, med- mentally, anyways. I know you go. I'm a pretty happy person. It would be nice if I could, like, yeah, just live a fucking life somehow, like I was doing before 2011. But uh, I'm not allowed to. That's not what a prophet is. I have a job, and it's in the book. So, but if I was allowed to live a life that uh, why the hell would I want to be mentally altered? Yeah. So in general, like outside of 2011, what's going on now, and I'm being held a fucking hostage, kept a hostage for no reason, by the way. Just I keep reiterating that in case they keep telling themselves they're supposed to be doing it. January 6th, 2021, not supposed to be doing it. So we're in the 3rd year of it, not supposed to be doing it. So it shows a level of dementia and dominance postures. Uh, I believe in getting yourself happy. Yes, I'm kind of like not, I mentioned this, not good with people with major clinical depression, and they don't like me either. Because I'm not, I don't understand, and I'm uncaring. I don't like to just continually listen to the same shit for 12 years and the person still is fucking high. Not I'm uncaring. Well, as this doesn't really have to do with depression, but there's a reason why I got rid of Gross Jim Morrison at the time. I mean, now I'd never go out with the dude, but at the time, is because of his daily drinking. I realized that's not a person I want to be with, and I had 6 minors at the time. You can't keep going out with an alcoholic. I'm not, and I sure as fuck would never move an alcoholic into my house. I just don't believe in it. Like, I would have been the type of woman where I would, even if I had a boyfriend, he didn't live with me. It would probably be an extremely long time before he met my children, and he sure as heck wouldn't be living in a house with me and my children. We wouldn't be able to live together because I don't believe in it. Yeah, I would have probably said, "This is the deal." Especially with 2 9-year-olds, it's going to be 9 years before, at least, before we would actually be physically living together. Because I just don't believe in that because of the children. It seems really not needed. I mean, you're an adult, I'm an adult, because by then I was like in my 30s. You know, when you meet someone who has children, right? Like, I'm in a house, you would have your own housing, okay? We don't have a reason to live together until my children are all adults. I I just don't believe in doing that to my children. Right. So anyway, you can't, I mean, for me, you cannot move an alcoholic into a house with 6 minors. That's just not a thing that you do. Right. I was drinking and I'm an alcoholic, but I wouldn't be, it would be expected in a relationship we'd stop drinking, as weird as that is. You don't stay in a house drinking. You don't be, and I'm not a daily drinker. I was doing it over the summer, but it's like you saw how long that went on for. That was like a cruise. Yeah. You don't keep doing that. That's why I took trips. Yeah, you just, like Barbara Hunt and I took a day off on a 3-day cruise. Yeah, it's only so many days you can drink like that in a row. I mean, some people probably do that until they meet another boyfriend and then they stop drinking again. I think Cindy kept trying to do that, and then maybe after she wasn't dating anymore, she realized maybe the boyfriend is an excuse for your alcoholism. Yeah, because why it's irrational. That's why it's irrational to do it. You met a person when you're drinking, and now you're expecting them to stop drinking. I was stone cold sober as I am now when I met that Brian guy. He actually thought that a person who's sober is gonna agree to have sex with the person who's intoxicated. Joey was there for that conversation at the wedding proposal. Da da da, and I'll be drunk. And I just looked at him like he says words and phrases he doesn't mean. That to me is like he saw a film or something. He thought it was something funny to say. I'm not having sex with someone who's drunk. Where's Alex? I know. I mean, rather than being mad, laughter, I think, is you go, what? Excuse me? Have sex with someone who's drunk? Why have I been celibate for 13 years? You are really not getting this. So it was probably a bad idea for you to go out with me at all because you don't appreciate me. You're not seeing what other people see. Right. So whatever that is, goodbye. That is completely like the most insane comment probably the dude ever made. I know you go, that's why the woman hasn't had sex, because she couldn't get some drunken drug addict to have sex with her when he's high and drunk. What the hell was she doing before she sobered up? I thought I went over all this all over the internet. It's part of the reason people don't like me. There was a confusion about what I was doing and what those dudes look like. No, I'm all sex. I'm all sex. I'm all set with drunken sex. What the fuck? Seriously. I immediately had another dude that was willing to have sex with me. As soon as you did what you did, I showed back up. Wasn't it that day? No, once I had a drink in my hand, I immediately had a dude that was going to be my boyfriend. I think we would have had sex. You are out of it, dude. That's a person who doesn't appreciate me. Yeah, he had some sort of weirdness going on there. It's probably because I'm older or something. I know you just go. That would have been the one thing that would have been good for the dude to know because it's just a person that cocky, right? You go, she was hanging out with Derek and Jeremy. They went down the Ave. Yeah, Jeremy's talking like he's gonna go out with her. That's what's humorous about it. That's why I have 13 years celibacy because I will have sex with the person who's drunk and high. Oh my god. I mentioned that used to be Rock Hudson, who looks like exactly like he did on Carol Burnett when I'm meeting him. He's 32 years old. He said he would invite me back to his camp. He didn't take off and he was smoking those spice things. That's what I'm saying. You go, whoa. That is. Anyways. I don't know, but I don't know if somewhere along the lines if he's obviously maybe thought he was gay or someone suggested he was. He's not gay. No, but he's probably someone who just shouldn't be with anybody. Yeah, I mean, he seems now like he's got something wrong with his brain. I don't know if he was retarded before. I don't think he should be with anybody. No, that doesn't mean you're gay. But it seems like someone told him that or he was trying to figure himself out. Yeah, like I think you probably like a neutered male, maybe, or like, yeah, maybe he was like, I don't know, I'm almost 36, and it's just he's clearly been around. That's not the same thing as going out with someone. It's because you're drunk and high all the time. Nobody cares when they're drunk and high all the time. I know you go, no shit. The fuck? It's just like, whoa. I was like with a whole bunch of dudes that are very attractive. Did I care? Did I care or care about them? Whoa. I never asked any of those dudes to marry me. I never even pretended we'd ever see each other again. I wore a wedding ring. I had a wedding ring on when I was doing that, so clearly they knew I was married. I never even pretended I'd ever talk to them again. I know you just go, whoa, dude. Anyways. Well, I am old, but I gotta say this, Karen Corbett is still getting boyfriends, and she's older than me. Yeah, so you just go, because she uses, so it's probably way easier for her to pick up dudes now after I explained it to her. Because she was hanging around with Paul on the bike, and you go, she never met me. That's why some men don't like me. And then that Mike guy was way younger than her. And then apparently Paul with the DOG says she has a boyfriend. Right. So you go, chances are he's probably younger than she is. She's probably just went, I'm going to do what Mary does. But I'm not actually doing it, but I could if I used. Yeah. Because all of those dudes, that's why. Nobody really cares about anybody when they're using. Yeah, and clearly it's just the nature of doing that. But she's clearly, I explained to her that she probably could upgrade a little bit, but I mean that you go younger, right? But that Mike guy was disgusting, but I don't know, maybe she thought he was hot. I thought he was disgusting. She doesn't have the same taste in men I do. So, which clearly she can't, although she produced him, so clearly whoever she was with, she must have liked. But yeah, it's maybe you only do that like once because then it becomes creepy weird. Yeah, like wait a minute, that person looks just like your kid. Okay, the person looks, I know, but you'd have to explain it to people. The kid looks just like my kid because I produced that with the guy that I liked. Good God. That's why in life, I guess, you don't have those problems when you get married and the dude doesn't die. Yeah, just, I'm pretty sure she said that his father died. Right. So, yeah, you wouldn't have those problems if the dude didn't die. Because then, yeah, people forget that and they go, well, the only thing is it a little bit weird that he looks just like your son? No, it's not a little bit weird because how did I make him? Yeah. I would never have that happen to me because, oof. No, that's a complete, like, forced sleep, mixed breeding, drunken mistake right there. That's all that is. Yeah. Because I explained it. It was basically like Nicole, like a rape on the first. I don't even think we were on a date. Nope, because we were both RAs in the same. Stop turning around. Stop doing that. Stop hitting every wall in the house. Enough, Mom. I can't just sit there watching you do it. What the fuck are you doing? Stay away from the fucking door, okay? That's enough. Because she's moving around the house in a wheelchair. I told you it's at the point now. I understand what he's talking about, but yeah, I'm not there to see what's going on, so I shouldn't even comment. But I either go around her or I wait because she'll go, oh, am I in your way and move, or I just turn around and come back like I did with the laundry. I saw she was at the sink. Uh, I stood there for a second. She didn't go, oh, I'm in your way, so I just turned around and went upstairs, and then came back and she wasn't there. Yeah, like I think it's probably um, this thing about the territory. So God will have another conversation with them, I'm sure, about it. Ever since she stopped walking around, um, there's a little bit of an issue about it because it's part of dementia. It's the same thing she's doing. That's her territory down there. Like you go, she lets you watch TV in a room because you have a TV in your room, and you cook food. So she doesn't ever come upstairs or the third floor. That's her territory down there, not his. So it's an issue. He said something about stop turning around, you're hitting every wall in the house, blah blah blah. Like you've got to let her move around the house in a wheelchair, dude, even though she's not walking anymore. Yeah. I mean, she does do a little bit of blocking with the thing, so that's why I don't want to comment. Other than I don't have to because I'm not getting in the thing, and God does it. Just like God talks to me, God talks to everyone. So should there be a conversation about, are you sure you're not doing that thing? Right, like she does with the territory and the blocking, and God will probably remind him about it, how she used to follow him around until he laid back down on a couch, that it's part of a mental condition. That probably isn't really that noticeable with me because she's not me. When I come in this house, I'm in this room laying down. But when she's all over the place. She used to walk all over the place, and now she's in a wheelchair. So she's different than him. So it's like if you're not cooking a meal, maybe you should just stay in your room if you're having that much of a problem. So, right, because I know when I first got here 2 years ago, and I was going up on the third floor, and I was downstairs, both of them flipped out on me. I hadn't realized they had gotten that ill. Yeah, I hadn't realized it that they had gotten that ill because at the other house I always stayed upstairs except to use the toilet and cook. And then when I was doing that, she'd have to go to the back porch and watch me. So that's why sometimes I notice it when I go downstairs and then another person goes downstairs. Or if I go down the basement and then another person goes down the basement, I notice it. But because I agreed to just stay in this room other than to cook food, like it literally is that. Unless I'm making coffee, getting a cup of coffee, or cooking food, I'm never down there at all. So it because clearly there would be a problem if I was, because there was when I first got here. Now it's been 2 more years. So when these people have no intervention to what they're doing and they're not in any type of a program, it gets worse and worse and worse. Just know that. Yeah, just know that. So that's why I said this lockdown should have to stop. And maybe there needs to be more conversations about the brain plague and how people think that they have territory, even in their own house. People fighting in their own housing because they think people shouldn't leave their bedrooms and stuff. Okay, it's just people that begin to think that people shouldn't be standing up and walking around. It just depends because I'm not down there to see it and I don't really want to get involved, to be honest with you. But I remember her that it starts out like it almost seems reasonable what they're doing. And then it just becomes sort of like weird. Like, I don't understand why you're talking to me like that. Like the guy 2 days ago. It gets to that, right? You're like, okay, dude, eh, should this have gotten to this degree? Okay. Like he caused the altercation, that dude, and then he thought that I didn't have a right to tell him not to talk to me. He just flew into a complete fucking rage. Yeah, so I think he's actually in the bathroom. Of course, I figure I have to go to the bathroom because he's in the bathroom. Well, what happens when I don't go when I have to go, and then I didn't take the opportunity to. He might just be in his room. I just know he came upstairs and I heard a door. It might be his bedroom door. Well, yeah, like I get what he's saying because I notice her doing it with the wheelchair now, but she's definitely not as bad with me as she used to be. I don't know if she's worse with him. I don't know, but she's definitely not really doing that with me anymore. She gets out of the way when she knows I'm there to just cook food or something. She moves out of my way, and it's just ever since she fell down that day. Okay, ever since then, it's just I've noticed it. It's like that can't be a coincidence. But he knows it's insane, so he's probably in some kind of struggle with it. Right? She has to be up and like she has to be. There used to be screaming fights about um, her getting into bed. Why is there now an issue with her getting out of bed? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Just things to keep tabs on. Right, like people for themselves, because they were talking about warning things. So people know they have thoughts in their head. Like, say that uh, when I went downstairs to do something, get coffee, make food, and I saw that he was like sitting or something talking to her, say that I got like a bad thought in my head, like what is he doing there or something? I would say that's probably the beginning stages of dementia. I don't have that, but I would think there has to be some kind of thought process. Yeah, like it's got to start out like that. I know, because you're like, what goes on in the brain matter during that stuff? Just, and it just, it seems to get worse and worse. Like, let me see if the bathrooms. Probably. It's like a person stuck between a rock and a hard place because she can't stay in bed day and night. Okay, so and she's got to have the wheelchair now because she can't work. So I mean walk. So it does take up more space. It would be one thing if she could walk and didn't need the wheelchair. Then you could go, can you just walk around and not use that thing? But she has to use that thing. It's definitely not good for anyone to just any amount of activity they can do. You should be happy. That's how I feel when I see her doing stuff. I'm like, oh, good. In some ways, it's actually better because she was going days without changing her clothes when she was walking around. I remember those screaming fights about changing her fucking clothes. Remember those? Yeah. Now it's like today was actually a good day. I thought today and yesterday were good days. So it's like, yeah, basically, if she's not in that wheelchair on her own in the morning, I thought yesterday and today were actually good days. I'm gonna say. Oh, that's right. I put stuff in the washer. I'll have to rotate it tomorrow. I gotta remember to rotate it and put more stuff in because there was a bunch of those pads in there. Oh, my ankle. I think my ankle's worse this time than the last time. I know. I wonder if I actually slightly sprained it. Yeah, I think sometimes when you sprain something, you don't know it right away. I gotta use these shoes. I can't walk around barefoot, I noticed. I'm so used to wearing footwear if I try to walk around barefoot. It's hurting me. Yeah, that's the thing I was. I was jumping up and down today, so. Yeah, that's the thing. Who did he know that he talks like that? Because she doesn't talk like that at all. There is nothing chill about Karen Corbin. I'm sorry.
Is that how the father was? Or that's just like from his friends or something? Yeah. I could see the sister being like that because wasn't she a heroin user? Yeah, I could see her being like that. Just totally like chill. And she's older than him, so maybe that's where it's coming from. It's artificial chill, but he picked up on it. So now for him, it's natural chill. At some point in time, I'll have to eat again. Oh yeah, I still haven't checked the news and stuff. It's already 7 o'clock. Talk about chill. Obviously, having a chill day. Oh, I got one more day, and then it's carb week. I know. I like keep forgetting it's carb week. Like I shouldn't say I keep forgetting it, but it's not present in my mind. Um, I don't. Did I even do sweets last time? I think all I did was doze. I had like 4 days of doze. What? No, there was something. Was it scones? Was that last month or the January? I gave them the animal crackers. I think I gave them the last box in another one of those candy bars, the chocolate bars. I took the animal crackers at first because I liked those and I just never ended up eating them, so I gave them to them. Those are the best ones, the Barnum and Bailey's. Graham crackers are good too. All right, let's see. I'll make myself hungry again. All right, Supreme Court agrees. Okay, immunity claim. I don't think you should be testing that out, though. That would be unethical. I guess we have no choice. I guess we are testing it out. But if we all die, we're never going to know. We'd have to be the last surviving member and go, okay, I'm a man and you're a man. So apparently we just completely extincted ourselves because nothing's coming out of us. Oh, that's not good. Gary Sinise's son. Let's find out what he died from. I don't know if it's a repeat story because Gary Sinise is in the news so much. I hope they're not still doing that. Anyways. Okay, he had cancer. Probably, especially if they Exodus 20. Yeah. Well, we're all on the Titanic, so hopefully that makes more sense now. I don't think that God is punishing anyone. Yeah, I don't consider that to be a punishment, even though obviously it's a horrifying thing to have to live through. One of the things that I would say in terms of, I guess, counsel and just things that I actually believe myself to be true right now. If you Exodus 20 and you feel that you're my species and your child died, okay, and you're on this land piece, you're not in the safe zone. I would say that it's so that your child isn't left here without you. Okay, because as you know, if you Exodus 20, okay, because look at what's going on with me. Not people should start killing their children. No, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But, right, that's God doing it. I'm not talking about you doing it. That's what I would say. Yeah, not you birthed an Oz. Right, I wouldn't say that. Okay. If you're the other species, I don't know. It could go either way, especially when your son is 33.
right? Like the way it looks now, we might all do that because we agreed to go on the Titanic to clear the land piece. Okay. And then it's the whole planet to ensure the extinction of another species. So uh, it'll work out. But this is one of the things that's probably difficult for families. Okay. If anybody birthed my species and you've determined there's no possible way you're my species, you're probably not going to see your child again. Okay. But I would be rest assured, and I know it sounds brutally cruel, you're not going to care. Okay. If you're a primate, that's not how primates work and function. It's all about genetics. Okay. We've tested it out over 13 years. People that don't contact people when you're told that this is that person and they're alive and well and you don't contact them. Okay. So we've tested it out. Primates don't care. So it's just the nature of every cycle is a new thing. So it'll be just like that, in my opinion, wherever you go. If they're the same species as you, I don't know what's going to happen. But if you're my species, then clearly you are going to meet each other at some point in time. I can only theorize. People that I thought maybe were children of mine before, you sort of know it. I'm going to get emotional already. You sort of know it when you meet them. You don't have to like be their parent or whatever, but I think you sort of know it when you see them on TV or you meet them. So I consider it to be positive. I was gonna say it's like a mixed emotion, but it's a little bit mixed emotion, I guess, but it's probably just a lot of emotion. So yeah, like clearly it's a relief, and then it's yeah. I have no idea the circumstances of how what happened in in a previous or whatever, but um, that I'm pretty much dead set sure about. That if you're my species, you definitely will see your family again. That's your species. So it might be like that wherever you guys are going. I don't know. But if it's not, just know you're not going to care. I know I sound wicked mean, but it's true. Like it's just my observations. Okay. But they'll be in God's everybody's going to be in the heaven that's their heaven that they're happiest in. So, yeah, I mean, you have to if you love your children, you have to just be happy for them that um if a long illness means there's probably suffering going on. So, not you're happy your kid died. He had a long illness. So, uh, right. When people are not confined by economics, I'm sure it's always a relief. Yeah, obviously the whole entire process is grief, but there's got to be a relief that the grief is over, the suffering is over for everybody involved. Okay, so um, that's what I would say about that. Let's see. Well, since there's more of an understanding about what's going on, I'm obviously nicer. Yeah. Uh, I could picture this family actually exiting Exodus 20. Yeah, just because of his background. Well, that's part of the thing about this species too is when you realize some of this lifestyle causes sickness. And just the I guess in a sense the newness of the species in terms of higher thought and built upon knowledge. In a way, you just there's got to be some bit of probably grief and mixed emotions in that too. Just how on earth, right? Just um, it- we may be an evolving species in terms of brain matter, right? Yeah, just things that might seem fun, you find out are actually sickening you. So that's why God says not to do it, like the pork and the shellfish. Brian Buchanan said he's allergic to shellfish. I don't know if he was trying to do like community service. That was the lighter side of Brian Buchanan, but I know that's why just that was the lighter side of him that he seemed like some of the stuff was it can be confusing. And that happens to me sometimes. And people probably think that has something to do with me being psycho and stuff because you go, I'd have to explain to you all the things I misunderstood about him. And then you'd go, oh, okay, I get it. It's similar to Jen, but I didn't really get as caught up in it as I did with Jen. Right. If people were wondering, how do you end up even with a female if you're not gay? It has something to do with being disassociated and victimized, even though I don't think she truly really understood what she was doing. But being victimized, uh, it's 6 months, right? It's not a week. Okay, so that's why. Some people convince you to go to a hotel and then it's not for what they said. He tried to do that. He tried to get me to go to a hotel with him, and I said, no, but I would pay for him to have his own hotel room. And he said, no, I'll wait till you're ready. Ready? I'll be ready when we're married and you're sober. That's when I'd be ready. I thought he clearly didn't, maybe it was a challenge. They do that. Just know that. Never go to probably even a tent. Don't go to a tent with them. Don't go to a hotel with them because that's it. That's what happened with Jen. You tell them something and then they don't. I don't know what they expect. Do they expect you to beat the fuck out of them and that indicates that you raped them? She seemed to get it. She seemed to get it when I explained it. Right, because she apologized for it. That guy, 8 months, I haven't heard a fucking word. Right, like, that's what I expected after a 30-day. I expected to get a contact from him of breaking up with me because I'm not really retarded. It's just you don't really want it to be true at the time, not you don't know it. Why do you think everything went the way it went? I'm really and you live and learn by what happened with her. Um, it, yeah, you go. I expected after 30 days for him to get a contact that he's sober and basically thanking me for it and that he doesn't want to marry me anymore. I know you go, even after 8 months, you go, whoa, like not even an apology for anything that happened because that was completely fucked up, dude. So don't expect him to ever be doing that. Like if you're a person that was victimized by him or you're his ex, don't ever expect him to come to terms with it. Anything. His family, don't expect it. Just okay. Today I was like on the phone going, yeah, like I'm kind of over it because today went good and I got one more day and then I have a couple of days and I'm sure it'll be forgotten by everybody. Uh, it doesn't mean that the person doesn't have dementia. So, like I said, that's got to be between law enforcement and his family, his next of kin and himself. But yeah, no, that's dementia because of the words and phrases and the blocking with the shopping cart and stuff. I don't know his history, but I would have to suspect he's probably a sex offender. Or he has spent a lot of time like living with the family member and is completely unsocialized. So, uh, or both. I was like, yeah, we're all Karens now. I didn't even call the cops. Did you see me calling them? But I did contact them. Yeah. So then they decide what they're going to do. I don't really contact cops in a traditional manner. Nope. I have in the past. When I was at the other house, I called the cops at least twice. But it's a different environment now. And so I inform and then they decide what they're going to do. Because otherwise, you're calling them for help, right? Yeah, I was already out of the area. I didn't need their help. Other than now, I'm afraid to go over there. That would be why I reported it. Obviously, I didn't report screaming and yelling at Greg Ryan and Brian Buchanan, that Josh kid. Yeah. Because that's my walk path to food and water. So, hearts are beyond broken. Okay. Now his wife died? Yeah, that's sad. Didn't he just die like not even a year ago? This is what I was wondering. Did these people donate all of their money to those people? Because why is it called Yaki? I'm like a little bit concerned. It's just so disgusting because of everything I was doing online. Do people remember that where I contacted the Boston Red Sox about the I'm Real program? Could you imagine? Like giving people Red Sox tickets and just so that they know that God is real. Do you remember me doing that? I thought that was a pretty good idea as like a nun. And then I know you go, did they donate to you people funds? And I'm still like this. Could you imagine how if they knew about it, how horrified they would be? This is fucking disgusting right here. Like, you're gonna kill these people, right? Of course they take private donations. It's a fucking nonprofit. You go, did you take money from the Boston Red Sox to build that fucking building? You people are fucking disgusting. Why would they ever do that? It's not because of the I'm Real program that I fucking invented. Oh my God almighty. Why not just grind up my fucking body and form it into a just pour it in with your fucking concrete foundation to pour the fucking place? That is gross. Less than 5 months. Did they have cancer? Okay, so he had brain cancer. Okay. Does it say what she died from? Because I'm not seeing that. But it said she had caregivers and stuff. Did she have dementia? Yeah, it's possible she had a medical plan and she had dementia. But I wanted to know about, yeah, because they both lived in Massachusetts. So, yikes. Is it, do the other news stations have more news, more info about what she died from? Let's find out. Supreme Court sets April arguments over whether Trump can be prosecuted for election interference. So, are you seeing how so far it really seems like it's going to be that? Okay. Like I said, I don't run that stuff, but I was thinking before with every passing day that they go, oh my God, we literally are going to have to kill these people. I know, just even though you're actually doing it, you're still hoping that they're going to stop doing what they're doing, right? It's been 13 years and 15 years. I don't think they have the ability to. So, yeah, I mean, some of these people too. Oh, someone struck a pedestrian in Quincy. Yeah. Wait, let me see if this one says it. First, I want to see if it says what she died from. Well, because some of the people want the fuel shut off, right? So that's why they're supporting it. So it's like kind of a, yeah. They have to be moved closer to facilities. They can't walk anywhere. Um, well, I don't want to be a jerk, but part of it is because of refusing to follow the plan. I've been doing this for 13 years because you had already an issue and then you had a nuclear event right when Almighty God was forcing me to do this. In case you forgot, it happens. Um, as weird as that is, I don't get to be sort of revealed if people had an interest. My understanding of why I was like this when I got here in 1971. I was like this probably roughly till I was about maybe junior high school. Okay. Um, and because of the abuse, I had a horrifying, had to tell God to go away, that I didn't want any more of his dreams and stuff. Like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want any more of your dreams, like straight out. I was just like this up until that point because of the abuse. And then also, he looked ahead, and I spent months in a psychiatric hospital for bulimia on 2 different occasions. And I don't lie. So if I said all that stuff, I could have been put on psychiatric medication, which would have killed my liver. Since I already had polycystic liver disease and polycystic kidney disease, but people didn't know it. Okay. And then it does also, because it damages your liver anyways, the psychiatric meds. And then whatever they'd be doing to my brain, it's not a good thing that happens typically. If you ever saw A Beautiful Mind, and the electric shock and the insulin injections and the lobotomies, it's not good. Your species doesn't like me, so they're always trying to fix me. Okay. So that couldn't really happen because of what I have to be doing. So, if you were wondering. And then I was busy trying to live in your world, and then I was in a house for 17 years. Like I was in apartments and a house for 17 years raising children. Not I was in your world. That's why I don't work. Yeah, I mean, clearly it wouldn't have worked out from what I can tell. So, um, uh, that's about it. Like, it's not really new. Thy gypped me, if they remember that. I used to speak in they and thy because I was reading the book, right? The King James version. So, it's not really new. No. So, anyways, the plant, like first it was God is real. He has all this exact date given prophecy and pages upon pages of science and real time prophecy. Then it was okay. You're literally still not going to return my children, and you're not going to stop. You guys literally aren't going to acknowledge that God's real. Okay, you're not going to close down everything and okay, like you're not going to do God's kingdom come. So then about 2013, it became a transition plan. Uh, that went on for at least 2016, Trump, Pence, and just can you see her on the internet? What the hell is a Trump Pence? Mother of God. Emmanuel Macron, Mar-a-Lago, the Ukraine Euro meeting, the Pope quit 600. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So some people, I think, realized in 2016 were effed when they shut off effing James Franco's Facebook page. I think they just went and said Merry Christmas. They probably just went, whoa. Okay, so you guys are literally not going to do day one the housing. You're not doing a transition plan either. You're just still going to take over the United States of America and kill U.S. citizens and take people's houses and rape their children. And whoa, okay. So by 2019, it went like, yeah. Because between 2016 and 2019, for me, it probably just went in a blur of still trying to get these people to understand something. And then here comes 2 5 star. I think Print of the Nail came before that, didn't it? Here comes 2 5, because then everyone thought they had an eye on the pinky. Remember that? Because then they showed me pictures, and then everybody was COVID positive when they didn't show me pictures of that. And then all of a sudden, no one has 2 5 star. Someone does. Someone does besides me, but no one has 2 5 star because they're not telling you they're 2 5 star at this point, I'm sure, after what you've done to me. And then yeah, then all hell broke loose for all given reason because only God could be doing that. August C star 1230. Okay, so and then you people still didn't stop. And it's been bad ever since. So it's definitely a brain plague. Okay. Then we got Eye of Horse just last summer. No, the summer of 2022. So when yeah, July 30 at Angla. Okay. So that meant something to somebody, as it should. Okay. That authorizes the thermonuclear weapons, the thermonuclear non-proliferation agreement. It's called Eye of Horse. That authorizes that. July 30 at Angla. Probably each and every time, but we didn't have thermonuclear weapons before. Someone, I don't want to say that yet, but someone thought maybe I'm not sure they thought this in 2001, but someone thought in 2010 because they foreclosed my house. Okay. And then they were told to stand down. Okay, because I was already literally being attacked. Okay, you started foreclosure on my house, and then I'm forced up here, and I'm your hostage. Whatever you thought was going on, I'm your hostage at that point. Okay. So, um, I wonder if it's some of that is the heat crank, and it's like, anyways, maybe they're running out of heating oil, probably just in time. I don't think it's really going to be. It's supposed to be a little bit cold tomorrow. I'm like burning up right at the minute, but I have issues. But anyways, um, they were told to stand down, which they did. Okay, and then clearly a transition plan wasn't going on. And then people began to try to murder me and others. So the stand down order ended in 2022, which some of you should have noticed January of 2022. Okay. The stand down order ended. Okay. So it's now 2024. So a good 2 years of it. But by July of 2022, I would think that would be noticed after 115 degrees for 3 weeks and laying flat down because you didn't feel good. That was a pretty heavy dose. Yeah, that was a pretty heavy dose because it got to the point of nausea. I can see from the towel that the heat is on. But yeah, but for I smelt it when I was outside, would I be a little bit concerned? So, anyways, and then that's the same time Eye of Horse. So it's not called a swastika. It's one of those gross things. Yeah. Please stop saying that. Yeah, it's just really, it's as gross as it sounds. It's called Eye of Horse. Abram bowing at an altar. A serpent eating another serpent. Okay. You heard about this in the Egypt times. Hence the 2 5 star and the Eye of Horse. It's been around a while, long before Germany. Yeah, I mean, you would hope. It's sort of like you can, but you can't really be saying you're psychic and you're a prophet. Like a psychic is not hearing from God. A psychic thinks that they have a personal ability to know things. That a prophet knows nothing. Okay, no, a psychic is not a prophet. So it's on the same thing. God said, and a psychic. Okay, because that's other people's words. Like a 2 5 star and Eye of Horse and Print of the Nail. How many things? Is this the last? I doubt it's the last time, but how many things need to be on there? We need you to sign this. You need me to sign this? I don't know. How's he going to do that? Oh, there it is. 2 5 star. No one thought that would happen. We need you to sign this. You need me to sign this? Okay. I'm standing at a thing because people need me to sign something. I got a 4, like I'm in that not Michael Jackson. Like I'm in that Michael J. Fox film. I got that. I got a number on my forehead. I got an arrow on my throat. I got an M here. I don't know, man. Who knows? That would be a funny story. Like Richard is some way, and the child shall have a star on the finger. What? Me in 2011 going, the child will have a star on its hand and its forehead. What? I know, just I remember I was, yeah, just like, oh wow, that's, they're gonna notice that. Probably. It's probably similar to I should have never left detox and I remember you. I think we already did that. Yeah, someone found some artwork, Michael Forian. None of this is new. They do, they go, none of that's new, Mary and Michael. No, look, star, soap debt, none of that is new. We went over the thing, didn't we? But I think all we did was restate Einstein's question. I don't think we answered it. That's the Facebook page they deleted. So something made them flip out. Like, you actually were making up excuses for this? That I know you go, how could you possibly delete that? It was all about the weather and what just happened. Was there like disbursement and all this? He probably doing the same thing. So yeah. Um Chill white in the sky, and is it something about the pressure disbursement? I know, well, that's what I said, and then they deleted my entire Facebook page. Why are we here, folks? No, just, oh, that's right. I'm supposed to make up sex stories about my own father. That's what it is, for their enjoyment. Not we answer science questions, that it's the same question, I guess. But how would we know that? I guess just seriously, the cosmos fill my mind. Why are we even here? Just, I know, like the music fest ended. She needs to have an active Facebook page. I mean, what the hell? I know, they literally think that's all I'm here for. You go, whoa. Can we call up Bobby Long's wife? Okay, she writes fan fiction. Do they not recall that? I'm not suggesting they throw her in a dungeon, but maybe they could just ask her if she could write. She writes fanfic. Do you know what fanfic is? She writes fan fiction. So if they could contact her and stop trying to have profits write soft porn for you, that would be fantastic. That is literally all they want us to do. Write soft porn or be venting and angry. That is a complete waste of profits for sure. So something about nickels and pennies. Is that all they have left for cash? And it's a leap. It's a leap year. Just the nut bar. I doubt he's saying that. Or just the nut part. Black bar. Black bar junction. Let's see. I don't think that's a place. Junction. Yeah, that's not popping up as anything. Bar stem features integrated carbon bar and stem full carbon. I see there's a picture of something called Junction with the black bar, but that's not the name of the place. Specialty shots, quality music. Where is that at? Nah, that seems completely wrong. Let's see. There's a place in Canton called the Junction Bar and Grill that's closed. There's a place called the Junction in Dorchester that's closed. Are they closing all the bars? Because why would they be closed at 7:50? Because they people said we're not working anymore? Maybe. Okay, let's see. He died in October. She was only 57. No, he was 57. I'm sorry. Okay, so this says she was battling cancer. Okay. Wow. That's no, it's a stupid question. It doesn't, yeah. It might be inferred in the wrong way. Yeah, like what the children thought when they found out both of the parents had cancer. That's probably scary. I'm imagining there's probably a lot of people with cancer, okay, and we're just not being told that. So it's definitely helpful if people know they're famous to tell us how they died. Yeah, that's saving by shaving event. Yeah, just I don't really I don't some of it seems like it's too personal to talk about, doesn't it? But I mean I think yeah, it just some of it seems a little bit sort of weird a discussion, but uh, things are different too if you were like a rabbi or you were like in a group of women or something that are are all adults and stuff. Just I'm not really about that. Uh, I guess it doesn't it's in some respects it's okay if a dude does it, but I think as a female it's kind of I don't know if I would want to marry someone who thinks that a woman should be beer in the um, I don't know about Kim Cattrall. I don't know about that business, but yeah, like people that are neat and tidy and clean and stuff and trimmed up, but just that seems gross to me, like it's pedophilia. Yeah. Uh, it seems really like you want to be with the child. It's really kind of gross. Yeah. I just, all it's showing up is a heart with bubbles or smiley faces. There's no comments popping up in the thing. Yeah, so I know, but I mean, sometimes you go, maybe that's person going, yeah, that would probably strike me as a little bit strange too. With no discussion, and he supposedly didn't even know I was going to be there. You go, you clearly have been doing something. I know it's like never contact me again. You clearly have been up to doing something and just you totally were not even going to tell me that. It's like really, really disgusting. I know you go, like I told you, when I met this dude, his hair was out to here and he had a bigger beard, and he found a place that you could get a haircut for free. Okay, because you're homeless and it's a barber shop. Did they shave your private parts for you? Okay, just right. It's like I think everyone gets it that you were at Colleen and Michael's house with Nate. Why are you beer in the privates? You would think if a person wasn't mentally insane, you would think that, right? Why would you then put this woman's hand there? So isn't she gonna ask you what the fuck's going on? That wasn't a thought in the head. I don't know if they got a look at him or not, but could you imagine a nurse going, what is this? I know, what is this? How is a person that unkempt? Like Jacqueline said, he had nails out to here and they were dirty from picking through ashtrays. That's why they were dirty. But, right. When did he obtain a razor and who gave him a razor? And why on earth? Clearly, he was messing with other people. So, yeah, there isn't a reason to keep going out with Mary. That is like grossly disgusting. Yeah, that is grossly disgusting, man. Just sometimes in life, really, like if I could go back in time, that's probably why God wouldn't allow that because it would have been a terrible incident. And I'm in Plymouth in somebody's rental house, and now she's got a witness. I'm going, it, let me get this straight. Like, if everything wasn't in an effing whirlwind with the person who's drunk and high and histrionic, let me get this straight. You and I haven't seen each other for what, a week because of your weird message that you left to me. Okay. I show up there. Even your buddy Paul is telling me that you're still acting like I'm your girlfriend. Okay. You have no idea that I'm coming to Quincy, right? That's why you weren't there when I got there. And you were at Colleen and Michael's house, and that Nate guy was there. Who else was there? Okay. Why are you shaved in your private parts, but you have the same effing clothes on that I bought you? See how that can't make sense? Yeah, 100% stay away from me. You thought me screaming you're a pile of shit was bad? Like, he didn't notice me screaming at other dudes? I know you go, because I had warrants. Is that why? Because I'm sure the cops would love to hear that one. Not to involve them, but just he was shaved. Yes. You go, I don't understand this because you need to find out what disgustingness is going on at Colleen and Michael's house. That's why. That is a straight out scumbag. That is what Derek said. Yeah, like I'm sure he probably would go. I guess we thought maybe he was going to change because when I go, don't introduce me to any. I go, stop introducing me to scumbags, please. Derek goes like this. He goes, I'm not the scumbag, trust me. Like, for some reason, he didn't just tell me what he was talking about. But clearly, he already knew what this dude is doing when I'm not in Quincy. Because why would he even say that? Yeah. He didn't like say anything back to me like I'm a something or something and I smell. He goes, I'm not the scumbag, trust me. Like, they were probably trying to get him to go back to Boston where he came from. Because him and Derek weren't in Quincy. They probably came from Boston. Or they came from the woods in Wollaston going, dude, what are you doing? This is your girlfriend? Because don't forget, he posted it in his Facebook page. They were probably like, he has a girlfriend, and then they probably went to hunt him the fuck down or something. Because where did these people come from? Okay, what is this? Yeah, they were probably like, we just saw him down there blooping a bloop. Probably. And obviously, someone is helping him do that because he says he sleeps at a train station. He's not in an apartment. Right. So, I know you just go, how are people, can you imagine someone in that condition that someone is telling him to shave his private parts and he's a prostitute? He's got to be a prostitute. And you go, what in the world? That is so disgusting. Ask Amy. Anybody that didn't see him and what he appeared like. There is something seriously wrong with people, man. I don't know what goes on at Faulkner Hospital, why they let him leave, but you just go, did they notice he was shaved and it wasn't like clicking in the head? Yeah, you go, he's had the same clothes on. I haven't seen him in a week, and those are the clothes I left him in, and the shoes. And like what he just like he told you, whatever the hell's going on with his forehead and around his eyes and his ears, like he's that is, I don't think that is that Norwegian scabies or just, and he's got scabies here, and someone is telling him to shave his privates. He didn't even cut his nails and stuff when I met him. You people are, yeah, gonna, if you're not already getting cancer, you've got you've got to have cancer, and you people don't know it. Well, it's, you're getting way, for my opinion, you people are getting way more radiation than we are here, and we're getting some serious radiation here because I was out there last summer. That's why I say that. You're getting all the flooding and stuff. It's a problem population, and it's been a lot of years, and you've had me out there, and you guys can't control yourselves. Right. So there was definitely a misunderstanding. Like, they probably expected you people to enter my program and stop using, and you absolutely refused to do it. Yeah. If you were wondering why you were housed out there, you use money, and you won't stop the rampant bed hopping. It's really disgusting. So you would be put in that area. It probably seemed like a blessing when you got the housing. Okay. You can't be out here in the suburbs because you're so ill. You can't be out in the suburbs doing that stuff here. There's families here. Yeah. And they can drive right now, but they're gonna have to have that housing. They're not moving into housing with you folks. You are literally attacking me outside. They're not living out there with you things. Yeah, that is just not good. Mm-mm. So anyways, Delia Duffy did it in 2021, in case people forgot. And I'm sure people realized by then that you guys had to be put down. They can't move elderly and sick people into Quincy because you people are too sick and aggressive. Do you not recall her literally attacking me in Quincy? She followed me around Quincy Center, threatening to snap my neck. And she started telling everybody that I was an AIDS victim. Okay. That's your problem in Quincy. Okay, so there's going to be a lot more cancer out there than there is here so far. You guys weren't in a walking program. You're not going to be able to live out here because you don't walk anywhere. I mean, look at your condition. Melissa walks every day, by the way, and she's stuck out there with you. Yeah, she does. Even Lupus Mary started walking around. You people were told my walk route every time I went out there. I displayed it to you. I explained to you the recovery program, abstinence, celibacy, the walk route. Alex was walking around too. Did you not know that? Okay, just it's probably why he's not there anymore. Jerry went on my walk route and they housed him somewhere else. He wasn't housed in Quincy. Right, just little things like that. Karen she chose to stay there. She chose to stay there. They didn't house her there. She's paying rent. She wanted to finish working and get her retirement. She's planning on going to Hawaii. I don't even know. It can't be too many more years now. Wasn't it 5 years or something? In 2020? It's been 4 years. Wasn't it 5 more years or something? She's probably almost about to retire. Right at the time when they're going to nuke Hawaii. And here comes Benjamin. People going from one nuke area to the next, going from one kill zone to another kill zone to another. They think they're escaping it and they're going everywhere the kill zone is. Whoa. Some people are doing it on purpose. I went right to Washington, D.C. After being nuked in Quincy, I went right to Washington, D.C. and got nuked. I don't know. It's not really like you want to die, but you go, you're going to keep doing this to me? Then why would I care about thermonuclear weapons? Yeah, it's not, I'm not suicidal, but you go, that's God's will right there. Just, here I am, right out in it. Yeah, just. Yeah, maybe we're all testing Trump's immunity. That's what it is. It's over the long term. Okay, so I definitely think that the exercise helps keep your lungs clear. Okay, so clearly, if you have lung cancer, you're going to run out of juice. You're going to get tired. So is it next year she's supposed to retire? I know that went by fast, didn't it? I'm pretty sure she said it was 5 years. That's why she has a boyfriend. Did she tell her boyfriend she was moving to Hawaii? Did he put his stuff in a storage unit? Just me. Okay, well, if something happens and I just disappear, just keep all this stuff. Oh, nothing's going to happen. Karen, come on. You're doing the storage unit to me? Do I seem like I'm mad? Michael, where did you get this one from? Oh, this is your mother. Okay. She's doing the storage unit on me. Uh-oh, new ordinance bans non-reusable takeout boxes in Newton. That means they saw you walking down the thing. Yep, because I noticed it too. I don't know. It's not I noticed it like what's with the non-reusable takeout boxes, but I noticed it because I was trying not to be a jerk, but I walk like fast. So I had to make a judgment call how I was actually going to get past you because I don't want to be a jerk, but there's no way on earth that that's the pace of the walking I'm doing. Got it? I can just tell. It's always usually everyone. Yeah. It's always usually everyone because I'm coming up like behind you. So it's like usually everyone. And then I go, oh, okay, how am I going to pass this person without being a jerk? Yeah. So, please share video of person of interest in Brighton break-ins. Crews use crane to remove damaged excavator from Starrow Drive. Power outages at Boston Transit System. Oh, here we go. Snowstorm. Oh, that's from the 12th. Oh, that's from the 15th. Oh, these are old, not these other ones. That's 47 seconds ago. Yeah, the MBTA ones are all old. Okay. I know. I started my walk and I went, oh, I forgot about those people. Because I'm trying to not be a jerk. But today there wasn't as many of them. Did you notice? Because of the weather. Get it? Right? You go, that's the only thing I was wondering. You go, I don't have a right to, I shouldn't say I don't have a right to, but I'm not stopping them from doing anything. But you go, there's, if you're not, I'll radiate again to people that don't live here. There's nothing over there. So you go, did they house people right here purposely and still refuse to house me? Where are they going? Yeah, you go, there's nothing there. It's the manor, it's housing, and there's a sub shop, a restaurant, and a general store. Where are they going from there? And I never noticed them before. Is it a walk route they made up where they take the train and then walk to Endicott? Okay. That they're gonna determine if they're gonna if it there's a need to do what I said and if they're gonna do it. It's like this. I think that they probably once people become too ill to drive, they really need to not be taking the commuter rail. Does that sound fair? Okay, because there's a concern about how they're going to care for themselves, and it can take people a long time to realize. Um, some people are still not aware that they're not going to have home health care, or just they don't think about it day to day, and they're probably scared because whatever their life circumstances. Because I guess I'm wondering why anyone is going from there to there. That's what I'm wondering. Is that a weird question? Okay. I'm just wondering why these trains are going back and forth because apparently no one cares if I can ride public transit. No one seems to think that I have a need for public transit and I'm going to be 53 and I have a medical condition. And no one seems to care if I can ride public transit. Okay, so what is this? These two commuter rails, what is that? And the 32. The 32 is debatable because, right, what's with these two commuter rail trains? That's some of the discussion I know that your government's talking about. I heard it on the radio. On the radio. Whoa, on the radio. Okay. Um, is that Boston? There's a lack of workers in Boston? Is it like Quincy? Okay. That's why it was supposed to be day one housing, approve every stipend, because you don't have to force people out of housing when they can't drive anymore and there's no train. Okay. So is the train to get to a grocery store? Because that's only really feasible to someone like Mary who doesn't have an income to ride the train or an active SNAP food card. Get it? Okay, so eventually those things are going to have to be discussed because there's other people out here other than Mary. So if you haven't done it like that in over 4 years now, those people don't want a caretaker. They don't want someone taking power of attorney just because they don't drive a car. People can live a long time when they don't drive a car, you know. Okay. It's called independent living. And I'm completely against this horse shit where everyone's power of attorney and caregiver bullshit. I used to say it about her. It's an atrocity and a tragedy. She could have been in disabled housing for years before she got to that point. She has a daughter that comes and visits her. Okay, so really, she was mobile up until December. And it was probably about a year or two ago that she stopped being able to cook. She can still get food. She just doesn't cook. Get it? Okay, so this, no. No, no. Could you imagine if you were 60 and you're hearing this stuff? When did this start? And they utterly control your fucking life, too. So, anyways, I guess I'm wondering what this is. Is that a weird question? What is this? And how long would that seem normal to be going on? Because we're 13 years now. How long is it normal, even after a stay away order to the whole MBTA when I had an income seemed normal? No, it's not about making it free. I said something about free public transit, and there's a reason they don't want to do it. I don't argue with people that know things that I don't know. So I'm asking, what is this? Is there vital work from Franklin to Boston? What is it? What is that vital work? Or we just have a bunch of people, like most of us thought, just romping the fuck around all over the place and are never going to care about anybody or a transition plan that are going to be put a stop to. They are most definitely going to be put a stop to. This business with the Boston Public Schools, now they can do that shit all summer long. Why? Why are they doing that? Like, are you having people take a train from Franklin into Boston to work? No. No, no. Get it? Okay. Are they just like going in there to party and then going back there? No. They're doing that, but yet I can't take a train to walk to Castle Island. You people are disgusting. I can't have a train that takes me to Newmarket if I had a fucking SNAP food card. So I'm going to be 53 and I have a medical condition. Am I supposed to move into the fucking kill zone? Why aren't you in the kill zone? I don't go into Boston to fucking drink beer and get laid. I've had enough of you fucking people. Does that sound harsh? Like, what is going on? Because they're trying to again discuss with you about essential work versus what the fuck is this horseshit? I know you just go, how are you affording to take a very expensive train back and forth like that? Oh, you're not fucking paying for it, but we do. Just like everything else. I don't see how we need those two commuter rails running. How many people are in, what is it, Walpole, Franklin? I don't know what this 495 fucking horseshit is. How many people are out there, like happens right here, hauled up in a fucking house paying rent, and you're working at a grocery store to be able to do that and not be evicted to the fucking street? Because your essential workers in Quincy told me about it. So, anyways, well, we'll see. It might be too early to begin talking about that, but it's either going to go like this. Those people that took all that housing there, okay, they're either going to be put in a grave, which is what I suggested, and then the people that are families and stuff that have been forced to keep grocery stores for you people for your fun and fucking games that are becoming ill need to be moved into that area to be closer to things. And then if there's remaining people that are the scourge of the fucking earth as far as I'm concerned, and then they want to move out here to get out of that area, okay, that's probably what's going to happen. Okay. And just in all honesty, what I would expect to happen at that point is that you people will continue to be nuked. Because some people are trying to set up a safe zone on this land piece. And we've already been subject to thermonuclear weapons. It's not like we haven't received the radiation already. And we're not the scourge of the fucking planet. And we're not traitorous fucking bastards. I don't like to mess up people's plans, but I believe in the Almighty and just in telling the truth because there's literally no way for them to escape. If Benjamin did the things he was supposed to do, there's no way for them to somehow find a safe zone on this land like he's telling you. Okay, so they might be motivated in their heads. God might make them think this, that some of them, after receiving all that radiation, want to now escape out here. And then we can be moved into an area to be closer to services. Okay. And then that's public transportation if people wanted to set up. It's up to them if they don't want to have buses. That's, yeah. I mean, some people might go, we're going to die anyway, Mary, so we don't care about that. We don't care about the buses and stuff. Okay. But we need the public transportation and things to be closer and the buses, like you said, because we can't drive anymore. Okay. And then these nuttabutters that think that what do they think they're going to be doing? Are they then going to have a walking program and then they'll take all the houses? That's fine. They will continue to be nuked, though. And then because I see that we have nuttabutters that think they're closing off roads and stuff. The other thing too is you can be slapped in a house out here and think you won the fucking day as maggots. That doesn't stop people from driving out here. Just so you know. But most of them will probably do it and they'll go, oh, yay, now we're escaping the kill zone. That's fine. Because it's a win-win because these people have to be closer to the city and use public transit to get around. Not they're going to defraud through the Department of Education and then go all over the fucking state and shoving that shit in our faces and shit, pissing the fuck all over us. I don't think we are going to be doing that because people are aging and getting medically ill. Well, the hold in the sense of Almighty, the hold up of the transition plan could be because of that. Right? It's just easier to get those people that much radiation before, and then these people that thought they might stay in their houses and stuff, and they're gonna have nurses and stuff come, they come to a realization that's not going to be plausible. And then they're ready to take housing out there when all those people are gone, the problem population. That's the only thing. That's why I'm saying it may have to be until, and then you might have a flood of maggots that then fill up houses, and then that area will be a kill zone. They can't escape it, but they might decide they want to live in a house first before they die. They're not escaping it. The land has to be cleared of them. They are not welcome to stay here on my land, no. And they can't care for themselves in the long term. Right, because they've still got to get food shipments and stuff, and then run their own grocery stores. Okay, so people wouldn't be, this is the thing I want to remind you about, people wouldn't be coming here to farm and then they're keeping a fucking farming society and shit here. Nope. It's like this. None of those people have actually come here yet. Okay. Just as an FYI. It doesn't make sense to me rationally because of what's going on with me. It's not like they can do anything, but they'd be fucking demanding that this bullshit end with me because it's so fucking insane. So the chances you would get those people to farm for you are about fucking nil. They literally don't have to. There's food everywhere. There's food pantries. They'd go, we understand that you people have a fucking problem here. We really do. But we are not planting anything in the fucking ground. We are not picking a leaf of fucking food, nor handing it to you until you free that fucking woman. Okay, so obviously at that point, you would fucking get it, right? Okay. Like, we understand your problem. We know all about the transition plan and moving in and helping you not starve to death. We get it. Mary Lagore, the fucking Virgin Mother. So, we're not here to slice your fucking throats. We're just informing you. You're not farmers. Even if you're in a grocery store, you have to have food delivered to it. Like those people in Framingham that wouldn't hand the Virgin Mother a bottle of fucking water. You have to have food delivered to that store in Framingham. You are most definitely not staying on my fucking land. It's fucking crazy, man. I'm sure that cop probably went, can I just walk in there and go boom, boom at this point? Like, what the fuck? Anyone's going to say a word? Is that going to cause a protest? Maybe find out what the fuck's going on. Like, can we have a camera here for this shit? Okay, so you guys can see 2 5-star. Okay, and then you see these people won't hand her a bottle of fucking water. They're literally blocking the entrance to a fucking grocery store. You can see that now? Thank you. These are not regular fucking immigrants, folks. Like the one in Washington, D.C., screaming at John Dubbins, like, what the? These are not regular immigrants here. What is going on? Oh, there was nobody doing that when I went there. A year later, you go, explain this? Yeah, I mean, it looks like somebody did Night of the Comet here, from what I can tell. And you go, I don't know what's it's anybody even live in those tents, or they all died. Like, I'm not saying that the tent people should, but you go, there was people in literal fucking tents like that, and just how is anybody in housing here? Okay. Whoa. Eventually, I'll have to eat another meal. I know the drumsticks are for tomorrow. Yeah, I have a slice of a chicken breast, and I figured I'd cook 3 eggs, and I guess I could probably throw in a can of tuna if I felt I needed that much food. I got mayo, so yeah, maybe 9. I should limit myself at 9 to go down and make a salad. Oh, I didn't cook the chickpeas. I'll do it tomorrow. They don't take as long as black beans, but nah, I don't feel like doing it. That's a thing I'll do tomorrow. When hopefully I'll remember when I put the drumsticks in to cook. I put them in the cooler this morning, so that gives them plenty of time to thaw out. So they got to be thawed out because I want to try to take some of the skin off. It's not the easiest thing to take skin off a drumstick. Like the first 2 come right off, but then once you get slime on your hands, like, yeah, maybe you need like not even rubber gloves, but gloves like almost like old gardening gloves or something that have a thing. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you're going to do it a lot, you know, those exfoliating gloves, you'd have to have at least one of them. Yeah, you could probably do that. And then you might never want to use that to exfoliate again, but you could wash it. Yeah, something that has a grip on it, because after about the 2 of them, you can pull it like this, but you can't get it off the bone once you. Yeah, maybe that would. I think I don't. I've got one, and I don't know if I used it. I've used it before, but I wash it every once in a while. I'll use it a couple times and dry it. And yeah, I don't know if I want to pot with that. I might have to just complain again. A sock? I don't know if that would work. The gloves I stole from the bathroom at Stop and Shop, I don't want those to get ruined. See, that's why you shouldn't take them off in the toilet. I mean, I guess if you were doing a poop. No, sometimes I will actually then take them off and go to a sink, which seems, yeah, because people look at you like you're disgusting. I had gloves on the whole time. Yeah, like that happened. Remember that happened to me during COVID? That was not an employee. The woman clearly had an issue. She brought a bar of soap into a public bathroom, Stop and Shop Dedham, and was how long was she sitting there doing that for? She was probably harassing everybody that came out of the toilet. So I had gloves on the entire time, and I came out and just walked out, and she actually said something. It's gloves, ma'am. You know how many germs are on that sink right now? You really don't know anything about actual pandemics. No. It first of all, why would we have a face mask on if I could catch it from a sink? It's airborne in your world. And I have gloves on in a public toilet, right? So I'm supposed to take off gloves, touch the door, touch the toilet flusher, touch the door again, touch the sink. No, I'm not doing that. When you told me there's a pandemic, I'm not doing that. And it was wintertime. I can't. How would I harm you? Why would you even care what I'm doing? How would I harm you? I couldn't have left germs if I had gloves on the entire time. I know you just go, you clearly never took microbiology in your life. Anyways, like usually I'll pretend that I use the sink if there's someone in the bathroom because I'm putting myself at more risk by taking my gloves off and washing my hands. That's what's good about wintertime. You don't seem like a weirdo. I explained it once at the gas station. I go, it's almost that time of the year where I'm going to seem weird if I have gloves on. Not rubber ones, but yeah. Something's better than anything, even though they're not rubber gloves. You go, yeah, like I'm not sure exactly how that makes a person gross, but if it's a poop, I guess, because you could accidentally get poop on your gloves and then you're touching other stuff, you go, I'm not a dude, I don't have to actually touch myself to urinate. I know, just some people, anything and everything is an excuse to be mean. But it depends. If I don't have gloves on, sometimes, I mean, if I don't have gloves on, I always wash my hands. Yeah. But I explain this to people at the shelter, and it's pretty much every time I go there now. This is the thing. Okay. Um, if you go into the bathroom to change, don't forget to wash your hands afterwards. It's not you're dumb, it's just a thing you don't think of. They clearly did not wash their hands before they touched that knob. They can't. That doesn't make them gross either, but they clearly can't touch their hands before, I mean, wash their hands before they touch that knob. So if you go in there and just to change your clothes, you've touched it twice and you don't think because you didn't go to the bathroom and you're forgetting that you're in a public bathroom. So maybe even the light switch. That's why it's supposed to stay on. But say that you refuse to stop shutting that effing light off when the door is shut, and every person has to hit that switch. Now you're making more contact when they wouldn't even touch that switch. Like this thing about insisting that the door stay closed even when the light's off. That's insane. Now I've got to touch a door and a light switch. Right, you don't make any sense. If the light's off, leave the door open. Okay? If you want the door closed, stop shutting the light off. So, anyways, just things from being in a dorm that annoyed me. And I was right next to the bathroom too. They weren't even waking me up, they like a hatred. I explained this right? A hatred developed. You go, whoa, you guys really need sleep medication. Yeah. If you're getting a hatred towards me because you can't sleep at night, you need sleep medication. It's like weird. It always starts off friendly, and then all of a sudden they become irritated by everything I'm fucking doing. Even the women in the dorm. It was never like that before. It was like the past 2 times I've been in there. Definitely time to never go back there. Yeah. It starts out nice, like they're wow, whoa, you go right to sleep. Yup. Because I walk. Yeah. And I'm not on all those stimulants because a lot of you smoke cigarettes. Um, I'm tired at night and I have no interest in all this. But I'm tired at night and relaxed because I'm usually in a domestic. Yeah, you guys clearly. No, Sean is. Him and I discussed it. But, anyways, usually you folks make sure people who are actually in domestics end up right back with their abuser because you people are assholes. Yeah. You have your own little fucking world that you live in because you all use drugs. Okay. So it's not people in that are in actual need can't even be in that fucking place anymore because of it. And I guess that happened in Washington, D.C. too. There's just so many people with mental illness that are drug addicts and they're psychopathic. So it becomes not a good environment for actual street people. Most street people do not use. I explained it. So it becomes sort of like, got to get away from you people. Right. So, anyways, you have no like compassion for people who left domestic situations, or like you could have children that are being raped by adults in a house and they need those fucking beds and they don't need to be harassed by people that are fucking deranged tapping them on the shoulder. And all your fucking nonsense about drugs and alcohol and your fucking disgusting sex lives. People like that don't care. They want nothing to do with your fucking sexual partners. Some of them accuse you of fucking trying to go out with them and stuff. It's like, I want nothing to do with you fucking people. So, anyways, um, um, the sleeping, right? Like usually by about 6:30, I've pretty much always been like that at that place, especially in the summertime. Um, but because in the summertime and with the sun and everything, you're tired and you can be out walking around more. In the winter, you just do your morning walk. So, anyways, they can't sleep at night. And I noticed one of the things that happened too, I mentioned this. I have the eye mask on and I'm like, um, going to sleep. And they're talking, and the volume of these women's voices went up, 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 up. And it seemed like more of them were talking at once, like literal monkeys in a jungle. They totally did that one night, and it freaked me the fuck out. And I just laid there not responding to it. And it was fucking bizarre, man. Like, oh my fucking God, what am I experiencing? But I completely ignored it. They literally did it. Yeah, like they were talking to each other, and then all of a sudden there was more of them talking, and they got louder, louder in increments. Like they were trying to fucking wake me up, exactly. But it's also sort of indicative of their species. Like they may not have been thinking in their minds we're gonna wake her up, but you clearly weren't caring that a person was trying to fucking sleep. And then it was louder, 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 louder. It's like a facet of mania. But they were like reinforcing each other. That was fucking weird. And then I noticed when they allotted me that bed, they purposely changed the light bulb so it was super fucking bright right in my face. When everybody that works at the place knows I go to bed early. I even discussed it with the thing when I met with her. That's why they did it. They're sadistically insane. They're psychopathically deranged. That light is never that bright, and I don't. It from my recall, the light wasn't even functioning. They replaced it with a super strong light bulb, right, and it goes right in your fucking face in that bed. I told you they're psychopathically deranged. So, anyways, it probably convinced them maybe to give me a bed. That was what their brain matter made up when God told them to give me a fucking bed after forcing me to sit up all night long in a fucking chair. So if you ever have any sympathy for that or refer to those things as anything but fucking things, never fucking talk to me again. I don't want to hear anything Their fucking problems, nothing. So, anyways, luckily I had a face mask. I think I started using a face mask as an eye mask. Yeah, but yeah, if in that situation, because there's no internet, well, I had the phone. That was one thing I discovered. Yeah, with the phone, I did. I still would go to bed that early. It's just the nature of being in that place, I think. So, anyways, yeah, just and I sleep till about. I sometimes I wake up about 3 a.m. at the shelter to urinate, and then usually I do. I usually don't go the whole night, but then I wake up about 5. Yeah. So back in the day, they used to have coffee right at 5 a.m. And then I noticed this past time because they're getting sicker and sicker. They even limited how long fucking breakfast is. You just go, someone probably convinced them to let people sleep longer. Or what is it the opposite of that? It used to be they turned the lights on at 6:30. Are they turning them on at 6 now in the morning? It was 6:30. Yep. So you had all that time to get coffee and food before most of them woke up because they're drug addicts, alcoholics, and they can't sleep at night. Right? They're not morning people. So most of them don't wake up till they turn those lights on. And I used to be up at like 4:30 every morning. 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning. So it was fucking perfect. They ruined it all this past time. You just go, this is fucking terrible. I think they let them. Is it they're waking them up at 6? Is that what it is? And you have to be out of the dorm by 7 or something like that. Yeah, they changed it. They did that. I'm trying to think what actually makes sense. Yeah, that is what they did. So they didn't stop. That's what it was. They won't stop breakfast till 5:30 and not 5 o'clock like they always did. And then sometimes they don't even do it till fucking 5:45, and then they wake them up at 6. They probably complained that they weren't getting breakfast because they have to have a fucking person turn lights on. Everybody in the building has to wake up because they can't fucking get themselves up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they fucked it up for everybody. They fucked up breakfast. That's what it was. They completely fucked up breakfast. They stop breakfast late and they wake them up fucking earlier. Anything to fuck with the cup of coffee. My hand to fucking God. And to cause problems. And then, like I told you, they started doing that fuckery about the coffee maker's broken every fucking day. And when I went back there, remember when I spent a night because I was picking up Brian? Was not the coffee maker broken that fucking morning? Because the coffee maker's not broken. They're doing it on purpose. The coffee maker is not fucking broken. Nope. They're that fucking criminally deranged. They started getting mad because we were sitting at coffee talking. Anytime you even have a friend in that fucking place, they start doing it. They did it to Dan and I. That's why they sent me to the hotel. Yep. They get fucking sicker every time you go out there. Not their saints running a fucking homeless shelter. Those people get paid. Probably. They probably just tell them that because they're buttering up their ass. They probably don't actually believe it. I hope to God they don't fucking believe it. But the people they're talking to actually fucking believe it. You're a saint, Marge. I know they're just like, oh my God, this fucking chick. The coffee maker isn't broken. Right. If you didn't pick up on it, they got mad because it was like me, Lester, that Gary guy. Sometimes it was that Kevin guy. Right. It was the same people every fucking morning, and then we're not supposed to save seats. They did the same thing when I was in there with Lisa and Bill. People can go fuck yourselves. Don't save a fucking seat. I'm not sitting next to some fucking scumbag every morning and then having to get up and leave a fucking table. Don't save fucking seats. It's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody in here. fuck yourself, can't save a fucking seat. Some of these people, you no saving of seats, fuck you. Right. Take your fucking social security check and get an apartment. Tell a fucking destitute woman she can't sit and have a fucking cup of coffee. Sit in a fucking chair all night. And that fucking scumbag has housing he won't take. Fuck you. Can't save a fucking seat. And that's why they did it. All of a sudden, the fucking coffee maker's broken. You people, there isn't a fucking hell for you to burn in, but you're gonna all die from fucking nuclear material, and you deserve to fucking die. Absolutely fucking wretched people. Because I asked, I went, was the coffee maker not working or was it fixed? No, it had been fucking fixed because it's not fucking broken. It's because I'm here. When I was in there, Paul with the bike, okay, that they started fucking with the coffee then too. I cannot, I kid you not, man. I don't even eat their fucking food. But because I want a cup of coffee, that's why they're fucking doing it. Absolutely disgustingly fucking wretched beings. That Jen chick was putting shit in the fucking food and the coffee. She had one of her hairs coming out of the fucking spigot of the coffee in 2021. That's why she doesn't work in the fucking kitchen. And then they had her in the kitchen one day, just standing there. The Department of Health didn't tell you to get that fucking person out of that kitchen. I'm pretty sure they did. Is she pumping toilets and shit, and then you're letting her still in that fucking kitchen? Anyways. 8:51. Don't do it. Don't press on your eye. Now I'm paranoid about everything. I must have probably no, it's my eye is not no, my eye's not sore or anything, but I must have like my new sort of anxiety thing. You know how you start doing something and you go, why is that sore? I guess I've done it with my thumb a couple, no, my finger. Oh yeah. I know it is that finger, but I know, God, what the hell? I used to have a thing where I'd go like this. It was just like a habit. I'd go like that, just and then all I would do it sometimes, and I would like weight push it too much, and it would hurt. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You know how people have little mannerism things. I had to like teach myself to stop doing it. I wasn't doing it like all of the time. I don't know what would trigger me to do it. It's probably something I did as an infant. Yeah, it's like when I'm at rest or it's like a comfort thing. I still have sort of like weird comfort things that babies do. I bet you it's that. God's probably explaining it to me. I probably did it when I was completely an infant. You know, it's just a thing I did. And then sometimes I push it too much. Yeah, I don't think I really suck my tongue anymore, but that was another thing. Maybe that's what you do when you have good teeth because I always had good teeth. Like the alignment and everything. Yeah. When you get older, like I have it a little bit here. Yeah, when you get older, everything starts to go forward when you get older. And my wisdom teeth came in. But I always had like perfect alignment on my teeth. Yeah. That's from breastfeeding. That's from breastfeeding and probably that the tongue sucking pushes this. So it's all aligned. Yep. Not it's bad for them. No. It's not the same thing as sucking your thumb or a pacifier or a sippy cup or bottle, right? It's just It sits right there. Or actually, it does. I don't even know if it touches the teeth. But yeah, it's a thing probably from photographs I've seen that quote unquote Native Americans do. Remember Juan Chavez? I know. I just see that photo and my heart just, oh my God. It's just something that we all do, I think. Anyway, I don't know. I think it's like the sign of just being a completely innocent person and you're surrounded by scary, horrible monsters. Yeah, and just now he's the scary, horrible monster because that's an assignment he's doing. But it's like you're a completely weak person surrounded by scary, terrible fucking monsters. And he clearly had male pattern baldness, which I think has something to do with some kind of reduced capacity or something. He had a bad genetic pool. So, but you can just tell from the even that just one photograph, you just go, oh my God. Right, just I would remember reading the stuff briefly, and I would definitely believe him that he murdered the child because he was afraid. Yeah, I would say that that's probably true. So, uh, um, I would say most of them because they have to cover it up because otherwise you're gonna get reported and you're gonna go to jail. You're obviously gonna get reported if you rape a child. So that's why it's well, other people that have issues with fantasies and stuff, man, you need to seek out. There's people, just people. Everything doesn't have to be a psychiatrist, but seek out people to like the people that were willing to talk to Aaron Carter and stuff. That's good because yeah, I mean, obviously, you rape a child, it's going to get reported. So you're either going to go to jail or you're going to have to murder a child. So yeah, that is not good. I'm sure that the horrors of what the hell are you going to do now? All right. Yeah, because yeah, those people are not like they maybe they act on impulse or something because it's like those people are not groomers apparently. They don't know how to groom their victims so that they don't tell. Most of them probably end up telling because they grow up. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they all grow up. I mean, uh, this business about they're gonna forget stuff is a little bit crazy. I don't think yeah. I mean, so, that's traumatic to a child. Usually, they're not gonna forget. So, all right, time to get some food. I'm not even really hungry, but it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, I got one more day of walking. I don't want to wake up feeling like burning lungs. So, yeah, I would say it was probably from yesterday's radiation. Because wasn't it last night I said that and then this morning? So you got to figure what changed between last night and this morning. Other than I did more stuff and then I just had the same walnuts and cherries I had yesterday. So I'd say that that was probably from the radiation. Because I noted this morning that I was keeping up with my water too, because I knew I got 2 bottles of water and I drank 2 bottles of water in 2 days. So I at least drank 2 liters of water and soda and coffee. And it's winter time. Today I noticed I did work up a sweat, but I didn't sweat yesterday. Ugh. And it was warmer yesterday too. How interesting is that?
I don't think I sweated yesterday. No, I definitely did today. I know you go, I'm just about to enjoy my evening thing that I can't even enjoy because I'm not allowed to have a Twitter account on this laptop. And I can't listen to music on this laptop. Yeah, I could just go. Anyways, I'll probably shut this off now because it's been 6 hours, but just the maturity level of Sean Hannity. He's got it on in that room with the door open, so when I was walking up here, just ascertained. Remember when Sean Hannity looked like a Martian, by the way? You don't remember, right? Sorry. I don't know. It was like 2 years ago. It was just, you go, what the? It was like when Jimmy Fallon, too. You go, what in the world? From this, because of the radiation. It's like they're Martians. It's from the radiation. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when people are out in the sun a lot, they get a tan, but you just go, that's from radiation, right? That's a certain type of tan. Did they go to New Mexico? It's possible they went to New Mexico, yeah, because you get it's like a certain tan color. But like you saw what I looked like in that video in 2020. Okay, like I looked like that after about a week of being out in Quincy. Yeah, I remember it specifically. Like I told you, I walked to Worcester, then I went out there, right? And I remember I saw Rebecca Donahue, and I go, "Oh my God!" Like I saw her and Steve, and I go, "Wow!" Like they've been outside like all a year, and then within a week, oh yeah, I looked like I was completely fried by the sun at first, and then it's sort of like my skin, because I'm kind of like that anyways. Adjust to it. You don't look like as red and crispy, but oh yeah, just whoa, yeah, I just I you notice it when you're homeless. You notice it when you're homeless, like the change, because that wasn't the first time I was homeless. But like obviously, when you're street homeless and you're out all day and night, I'm sure it's worse. But there was a bunch of people that were doing that, and they didn't look like that. There was definitely something going on then. You just go, whoa, that is that's a blazing sun. Like when Karen was on Mount Beach and stuff, and everyone was going insane. That was a blazing sun. That's when people were passing out and stuff because they wouldn't give us water. I know when you go, you're not in a kill zone. Why is it doing that? And you won't give us water?